The Crimson Veil. Chapter I. A winter of smoke and silk. London, in the year of our Lord 1887, lay beneath a pall of smoke and sorrow. The river Thames, that ancient vein of the city, moved sluggishly beneath bridges blackened by soot, while the bells of street palls tolled through the mist like the weary sighs of a restless age. Within the narrow veins of Mayfair, where wealth pressed itself upon the cobblestones like a perfume, a carriage rolled to a halt before Harrow Manor, a grand residence of marble steps, tall windows, and the melancholic dignity of a house that had seen too many winters. From within descended Lady Eveline Harrow, her gloved hand poised delicately upon the arm of the footman. Her face was pale beneath the shade of her fur-lined bonnet, her gaze composed but weary. Though her beauty was whispered of in drawing-rooms and gossip columns alike, eyes gray as tarnished silver, hair the color of autumn wheat, there was a melancholy about her that no suitor, nor her father's vast fortune, could dispel. She paused upon the threshold. A snowflake, the first of the season, landed upon her sleeve and melted like a secret upon her skin. "Her ladyship has returned," murmured the butler, bowing low. "Your father awaits you in the study, milady. He may God." "Thank you, Hargreaves," she replied softly, her voice carrying the faint cadence of a sigh. She removed her gloves. As she crossed the hall, the portraits of Harrows passed, staring down upon her with the solemnity of ghosts. Their painted eyes followed her, as though silently reminding her that her blood was old, her duty older still. The fire in the study was dying when she entered. Lord Percival Harrow, a man of 60 years whose austerity had become legend, sat in a high-backed chair beside the hearth, his cane resting across his knees. His gaze was sharp, the gaze of a man accustomed to command ships, servants, and fates alike. "You are late, Eveline," he said, without looking up from the correspondence upon his desk. "There was fog upon the bridge," she answered gently. "There is always fog upon the bridge," he retorted, folding the letter and sealing it with the signet of the Harrow crest, a raven beneath a crown. "I received a note from Lady Montrose. She tells me you refused Lord Cunningham's offer." "I did," Eveline said simply. "I could not accept." Lord Harrow's eyes rose, pale as frost. "Heir to a barony, wealthy, respectable, unblemished in reputation, and you could not accept? Pray tell, my dear, what more could you require from a man?" He had no. Eveline turned toward the window, where the city lay like a beast beneath the snow. "Perhaps a heart, father." His cane struck the hearthstone. "A heart, my dear child. Hearts are the ruin of women. It is duty that sustains them. You will learn that soon enough." He rose, towering over her, his shadow cast long by the firelight. "We are Harrows. We do not marry for affection. We marry to endure." She bowed her head, saying nothing. For to defy him outright would have been to summon a storm. That night, in the solitude of her chamber, Eveline wrote by candlelight, not letters to admirers, but thoughts too dangerous for the daylight. Her journal was her confessor, her prison. "I have become," she wrote, "a ghost in silk. They would dress me in lace and call it happiness, but it feels like a noose woven by angels." Below her window, the wind carried the distant sound of horses upon the cobblestones, the ceaseless hum of the living world beyond her gilded cage. She closed her eyes and wondered what it might be to breathe without permission. 3 days later, fate came to Harrow Manor in the form of a stranger. It was a Sunday morning, bitterly cold. Eveline, attended by her maid Clara, had gone to the parish chapel as duty demanded. The streets were slick with ice, the air alive with the bells of carriages and the murmurs of beggars. She entered the chapel with the modest grace that had become her armor, kneeling in prayer more out of habit than conviction. But as she rose, her gaze caught upon a figure at the far end of the aisle, a man not of her world, yet impossible to ignore. He stood apart from the congregation, tall and still, his coat dusted with snow, his hands scarred and ungloved. His eyes, dark, steady, seemed to hold within them a kind of storm she had never known. There was a sadness about his mouth, the faintest curve of one who had seen too much and spoken too little. When their gazes met, something, a shiver perhaps, or a revelation passed between them, so fleeting that it could have been imagined. He did not bow, nor look away. It was she who turned first, her pulse quickening, though she did not know why. When the service ended, she lingered by the church gate as her carriage was readied. The stranger had gone, but a trace of his presence remained in her mind, as if a chord had been struck, and no silence could unring it. That evening she inquired too casually of her maid. "The gentleman at the chapel," Eveline said, pretending to adjust her necklace before the mirror. "The one who stood near the nave, do you know who he was?" "Biasy." Clara hesitated. "They say he is Dr. Damien Crowhurst, milady, a physician recently returned from the war in the Sudan. He has opened a small infirmary near Whitechapel, for the poor." "For the poor?" Eveline turned, startled. "A gentleman physician, then?" Clara shook her head. "Not quite a gentleman, milady. His mother was a seamstress, his father unknown. The papers once called him a hero, though others call him a heretic." "A heretic?" she echoed. "They say he speaks against the Parliament, against the hospitals of the Crown, that he treats the wounded without charge and buries their dead with his own hands." Eveline fell silent. The fire crackled, and somewhere within her heart long silent chambers stirred awake. Weeks passed. London's winter deepened. Each morning the frost crawled along the glass like pale lace, and the city's poor froze quietly in alleys, while society attended masquerades. Eveline played her part, the perfect daughter, the obedient heiress, yet her thoughts wandered to Whitechapel, to the man who defied her world's laws as easily as he might defy death itself. When Charity Week arrived, she found her opportunity. Lady Montrose, ever the paragon of virtue, had organized a drive for the city infirmaries. Eveline volunteered, as was expected, but instead of sending her donations through intermediaries, she insisted on delivering them herself. "You intend to go there alone?" Lord Harrow had thundered. "With my maid, of course," she replied sweetly. "I am merely visiting the infirmary for charitable purpose." And so, under the guise of charity, Lady Eveline Harrow crossed the invisible border between Mayfair and misery. Whitechapel was another world. Narrow streets, walls black with soot, air thick with the stench of coal and hunger. Children with hollow cheeks watched as her carriage passed. Even the snow here looked different, darker, as though tainted by despair itself. Clara clutched her shawl tightly, whispering prayers beneath her breath. The infirmary stood at the corner of Bleak Street, a modest building of brick and broken windows. Eveline stepped down from her carriage, her boots sinking into the slush. She hesitated, then knocked. The door opened to reveal him Damien Crowhurst. He was taller than she remembered, his presence both fierce and calm. His sleeves were rolled, his shirt faintly stained with blood, the blood, she realized, of others. He looked at her, not with reverence, but with quiet curiosity. "Lady Harrow," he said, his voice deep, even, "this is hardly the place for silk, and you're now." "And yet," she answered, steadying herself, "it seems silk may be of use here today. I've brought supplies, bandages, quinine, and coin for your work." He regarded her in silence for a moment. "Charity," he murmured, "is the last refuge of the guilty." Her brow furrowed. "And what, then, is compassion?" "Rebellion," he said simply, and turned. "Come, if you must see, then see." She followed him through the dim corridors, past beds where the sick lay moaning beneath thin blankets. The air was thick with fever and disinfectant. She pressed a handkerchief to her lips, but her eyes did not flinch. One child, scarcely 8, clutched her hand as she passed. Eveline knelt, smoothing the girl's tangled hair. "What is her name?" she asked softly. "Lydia," he replied. "Typhus. Her mother died 3 days ago." Eveline's throat tightened. She drew a small gold cross from her wrist and placed it beside the child's pillow. "For her?" she whispered. When she rose, Damien was watching her. There was no smile in his eyes, but something deeper, an understanding, or perhaps a challenge. "You should go," he said quietly. "This place will stain your soul." "Perhaps it already has," she murmured. The carriage wheels rolled away, but Eveline's thoughts did not. That night she could not sleep. She dreamt of the child's hollow eyes, of Damien's voice in the half-light. "Rebellion," he had said, as though compassion itself were treason. In the days that followed, she found herself drawn back, again and again, each visit under pretext of charity, each encounter a thread woven into a web she could no longer escape. He spoke to her without flattery, without deference, as though she were not Lady Harrow, but merely a woman. She found it both infuriating and intoxicating. Once, when she offered him a silver locket for the infirmary fund, he refused it. "Keep your trinkets," he said. "The poor need not your ornaments, only your courage." "And if courage is all I have left?" she asked. "Then spend it wisely," he replied. Their eyes met a moment suspended between defiance and desire, between the rules of the world and the yearning of the heart. By spring, rumors began to stir. Servants whispered of her absences, her secrecy. Lord Harrow's patience, ever thin, began to crack. "You will attend the Montrose ball," he commanded one evening, "and you will make amends with Lord Cunningham. I will not have scandal touch this family." Eveline bowed her head, but within her chest the rebellion he had warned her of burned like the crimson veil she had begun to imagine, a veil of blood and silk, binding her to a destiny she could neither accept nor escape. And when the bells of Mayfair tolled midnight upon the night of the ball, she did not dance with Lord Cunningham. She slipped away through the gardens, her gown whispering against the frost, her breath rising like smoke, to where Damien Crowhurst waited in the shadow of the chapel gate. Chapter 2. Ashes beneath the veil. The frost upon the chapel gate shone like a crown of glass as midnight gathered its last shreds of courage. Lantern light trembled in small, obedient circles upon the flagstones. Beyond the railings, the winter garden lay in a hush, each thorn bush dressed in silver, as though sorrow itself had decided to be beautiful for a moment. Eveline came softly from the shadow of the yews, her breath faint as a veil. Her cloak, a plain thing for a lady of her rank, could not deny the lineage written in her carriage, yet there was defiance in the manner with which she lifted the latch, as if the iron itself were a vow. Damien waited within the arch of the gate, ungloved, as if he were a sentinel posted not by law but by some more ancient necessity. When he inclined his head, The motion was spare, soldierly. He did not reach for her. It was the first mercy he ever showed her. "You came," he said. "I had to," she answered, and found her voice steadier than she had a right to expect. "There was a waltz, 5 waltzes, and not one of them could drown the sound of that place within me, which is always empty." The corner of his mouth moved. "Whitechapel does not fill empty places, Lady Eveline. It only reminds one where the hollows are." She lifted her hand and touched the cold iron. "Then remind me." He turned. "Walk." They kept to the postern path that led behind the chapel, where the moss was black and the stones remembered funerals. London, beyond, made its tireless breathing of cabs and far-off factory bells. The city is never asleep, Damien thought. It only pretends, like the afflicted, who hold their hands over their wounds in polite company. "You are pale," he said at last. "I have danced for 3 hours and smiled for 4. It is a labor fit to turn any woman into a ghost. Aren't you one already?" She stopped. "Is that what you think of me?" "I try not to think of you," he said. "I am not successful." "Why?" The word was hardly a breath, and yet it hung between them with the gravity of a confession. He did not answer at once. His gaze had gone past her to the chapel windows where the last candles guttered. "Because you walk through rooms as if you were the last witness to the death of something," he said quietly. "Because you touch the sick without moving your head away. Because when the child Lydia coughed blood upon your glove, you looked at the scarlet not with disgust, but with reverence." Her eyes shone, then shied. "Reverence? For life," he said, "and for what must be spent to uphold it." A wind out of the east slipped between them, carrying a taste of coal and river. She drew her cloak nearer. "You speak as if life were a ledger, isn't it?" His tone did not accuse. "I was a surgeon's mate in the Sudan campaign. We made columns every night, powder, morphia, bandage, men. By morning the numbers altered and the faces changed. Some entries were paid, some were debts no empire can collect. Bride, and you?" she said. "You were the man who tried to reconcile the sums." He looked down at his hands. "I was the man who learned that blood is the only honest currency." Silence took them a solemn guest. When she broke it, her voice had gentled. "Do you believe in God, Dr. Crowhurst?" "I believe in pain," he said. And then, after a moment, more softly, "I believe in the look a mother gives a child when he begins to breathe again. If that light is what you call God, then I have believed upon my knees." Her fingers trembled upon the iron. Without intention, she unclasped the small silk veil from her bonnet, a modest square of crimson that the milliner had recommended as a fashionable protest against the early spring's pallor. It flamed like a small wound against the snow. "Do not," he said, as she moved as if to cover her face. "You have lived too long behind such things." She folded it once more, slower now, and tucked it inside her glove as if she had been caught in some intimacy. "My father intends me for Lord Cunningham," she murmured. "He is fond of horses and dislikes poetry. He asked, with some resentment, whether Latin did not cause the mind to soften. I told him once that words can save a life, and he laughed. And heir to a barony," Damien said, with that grim economy which knew the price of every man and the worth of few. "Such marriages lay the paving stones of nations, and grind women to dust beneath the wheels," she replied, with a heat she could not swallow. "If Whitechapel taught me anything, it is that there is a magnitude of suffering in the world which my father has chosen to consider a melodrama, and that I, if I submit, must become an actress in it." His eyes, dark and steady, rested upon her as if she were an instrument he might trust and not possess. Do not submit, then, to what? To the script. She almost laughed, for the sentence was a tenderness in its severity. We speak as though we were free. We are, he said, to do harm or good. Their steps had brought them to the iron gate of the pauper's yard, adjoining the chapel and annexed earth, poor with weeds and charity. A single lantern swung above the low door of the sexton's hut. The smell of lime was present. He drew a little ribbon from his pocket, then narrow, sun-bleached crimson, its edge ragged as if torn from something larger. He held it out, and in the same instant seemed to doubt the gesture. "A foolish thing to keep," he said brusquely, "but the only keepsake I have of a boy named Amir. He was 12. I made fast a tourniquet with it while we waited for a cart that never came. He died speaking of a field he was certain would bloom once more with poppies if we would only be patient. I told him that fields are patient and men are not. I kept the ribbon so I might remember to be ashamed of the truth I told him." She took the ribbon with a care that was almost piety. "May I?" "Keep it," he said, and there was no false nobility in him when he surrendered it, only a quiet renunciation oddly like rest. The bells in the city trembled 1 o'clock. They turned back then, not because propriety forbade them, but because they understood, without confessing it, that a step further would be treachery to something each had sworn to guard alone. At the garden's edge they parted not with a touch, but with that old courtesy which is the last barrier before desire. He watched her vanish into the cold breath of the hedges. She listened to the faint retreat of his boots upon the stone, as if it were a line recited from memory, and yet new. By morning, the city had opened its eyes upon a thin Sunday. Eveline sat at her dressing-table, while Clara brushed her hair with a solemnity that might have suited the preparation of a bride or a martyr. Upon the glass her face hovered fine, composed with a thread of fire stitched beneath the surface. The little crimson ribbon lay upon the lacquered wood, humble as an oath. "Clara," she said, and watched the maid's eyes lift in the glass. "Will you do something for me, and not ask why, until asking is safe?" Clara, who loved her lady with that fierce, secret love that servants keep as a kind of dowry, pressed her lips together. "If it be not a sin, I will do it. And if it be a sin, I will do it still, and confess afterward." Eveline smiled sweetly, sadly. "Have a carriage prepared at 2, not the Harrow livery. Borrow from Mrs. Pritchard in Grosvenor Street. I shall visit Lady Montrose's almshouse in Street, Giles, and I should like no one to remark upon my zeal." "Yes, milady," Clara said, who understood everything and pretended to understand nothing. Her gaze slid toward the ribbon. "Shall I put this away?" "No," Eveline said, and lifted the strip to knot it at her wrist beneath the lace cuff. "Let it lie where I can feel it, like courage." Street Giles smelled of smoke and old bread. The almshouse was respectable, painted by charitable hands in a hopeful yellow, already losing its battle with soot. Lady Montrose, enthroned among bales of flannel, received Eveline with kisses more eager than sincere. There are women who spend their kindness like annuities. She was one of them. "You are a jewel," Lady Montrose cried. "We shall wrap the city in flannel, and then perhaps the newspapers will cease to be so vulgar about the poor. One would think misery a modern invention, to hear them." "I shall sew until my fingers bleed," Eveline said mildly, and took her seat by the window where she could see the street. It was not Whitechapel this quarter, but poverty is bilingual, and it spoke here with as much fluency A costermonger passed with a limp. A child danced upon his shadow as if upon a puddle, and found it equally shallow. Women with shawls drawn like battle sashes moved with a practiced economy of step. Somewhere a man coughed the name of death into his sleeve. At 3, a boy appeared at the door with a message, a scrap ripped from a ledger page. The ink hurried. If Lady E is able to bear sights not suited to society, Bleak Street requires lamp oil and 3 strong hands. The police demand we close. I do not intend to obey. D. C. Eveline's pulse went to the octave. She folded the paper once, twice, and rose without a word. Lady Montrose exclaimed over the loss of an assistant seamstress. Eveline made haste to be rude with grace. "Clara," she said when they were in the street, "go to Pritchard's. Lamp oil, yes, and whatever coin he will take for having it rushed. I shall walk. Do not look at me angrily. The walk is the only portion of today that belongs to me." Clara's mouth trembled. If my father knew how to be a father, I should not be walking." Eveline returned gently and set off. Whitechapel had its teeth out that afternoon. The rumor went that a pump had been shut by order of some official who had never drunk thirst, and the people would not forgive the interruption of their misery by ignorance. Men gathered as men do around any structure that denies them water. Their faces became an altar, their fury the sacrament. Police, in their stiff blue, arrived to instruct the poor in patience. The poor answered with stones and grammar older than Parliament. Chemist's glass shattered. A baker slammed his shutter like a prayer against looting. A woman screamed the name of a child that had invented its own path and would not be called back. In the midst of this, the door of the infirmary stood open, and Damien's voice came sharp as a scalpel's edge. "Liddon, get the door bar. Mrs. Harrow." He stopped himself, for she had mounted the steps against the tide as if walking into an orchestra of fists. There were smears upon her skirt that had once been snow and were now simply London. "You should not be here," he said. "Neither should the police," she answered. "And yet, here we are. It is mine." He looked at the bundle in Clara's arms. Lamp oil clinked within, loyal as a friend. "You took me literally. I did not intend you to fetch." "You told me once," Eveline said, setting the tins upon the table with a swiftness that confessed to no gentility, "to spend my courage wisely. I am a foolish woman. I fear I have no accountant." He would have smiled if the hour had afforded it. Instead, he thrust a roller of linen under her arm. "Very well. We make choices, and then choices make us. When the stones fly, you will keep your head down. If we are raided, you will say you came to chastise me for impropriety and faint if necessary. Fainting still disarms the Englishman. Isn't it? I have practiced since girlhood," she said dryly. He moved away then to answer a wound that was requiring grammar of its own. A man with a split scalp cursed the Queen and then blessed Damien in the same breath. A woman in labor begged for quiet the way some beg for bread. The little Lydia, who had seemed to improve, coughed a red blossom upon her sleeve and began to sink into the bed with the terrible grace of those who have no more negotiations to attempt with the world. Eveline went to the child and took her hand. "I am here," she said. "Will I have a ribbon?" Lydia asked, staring beyond Eveline with that child's gift for seeing things adults have no language for. "Yes," Eveline said. She unfastened the crimson strip from her wrist and tied it round the girl's thin one. "This is a promise," she whispered, "from someone who knows what blood is for." Lydia smiled. and turned her head toward the wall as if at last permitted to face something she had been too polite to consider. A quiet fell upon her mouth. The tiny pulse at her throat made one more argument and then conceded. The ribbon lay bright upon the little bone like a flag raised over silence. Damien was there before Eveline could call him. He stood at the foot of the bed and lowered his head, not as a physician, not as a priest, but as a man who had learned there are rooms into which nothing but the particular sorrow of the moment may enter. When he lifted his gaze, it fell on the ribbon. "You should keep it," he said. "No," Eveline answered, blinking, and the white world swam. "She has more right to it than I." A sound rose outside, then thick, ugly, anticipatory. The police had decided that virtue was more exhausted than disorder. The door shook under a truncheon's handle. Men obey their orders, and orders are often cowards in livery. "Crowhurst," a voice shouted. "By authority of authority," Damien said under his breath, "arrives when help is late." He turned to Eveline. "You must go. Now, out the back." "I will not leave," she said. "You must," he returned, with a quiet that froze her. "I cannot turn them. The infirmary is not licensed. The forms are incomplete. They will close us and find me, and in their zeal they will stamp on small things. You are not a small thing, but they will mistake you for one, and I will never forgive myself." Clara had slid to Eveline's side like a thought that had remembered itself. She gripped her lady's sleeve. "Please." The door shuddered once more. The latch began to split like bone. Damien moved to meet the blue cloth, and the blunt grammar of the law. Eveline hesitated, and in her hesitation was the measure of the chain that still bound her to her father's house. She leaned and kissed Lydia's cold forehead, not as a lady, but as a sister of all the sorrowing. Then, with Clara pulling, she let herself be led through the narrow passage at the rear, past the shelves of jars and the polite labels that had nothing to do with grief. They stumbled into a yard where a cat sat on a broken chair as if presiding over ruins. A wooden gate led into an alley. They fled as footsteps broke the front door like an oath. In the alley, Clara bent, double breathing. Eveline stood very still and put her hand against the bricks. Her palm came away with red Lydia's last argument living upon her skin, and she held it to her breast as though it might strike her heart with any purpose but which it already possessed. Tears did not come. London did not afford them. A boy, wiry, quick, came darting down the passage and thrust a crumpled paper at Eveline as one might thrust a message at a sovereign with 3 arrows pursuing him. "For ye," he gasped. "From the gent." He vanished before being thanked. Eveline opened it. 3 words only, "Do not break." She folded the note and slid it inside her glove where the ribbon had been. "I will not," she said aloud, and the cat, disinterested, flicked an ear. By the time she reached Harrow Manor, the evening paper had preceded her, faithful as a dog that bites. Lord Harrow stood upon the hearth with the printing ink already staining his fingers. The headline relieved itself of nicety. A veiled lady among the wretched society angel ministers in den of sedition. Below, as if the devil had learned to write with style, an engraving had done its coarse best to sketch a delicate face bending over a cot. "What form of madness is this?" Lord Harrow demanded, the words cracking like a whip sledged upon frost. "To slither into the filth of that quarter, to flirt with Gayol, and with the ruin of your name. London is not a stage upon which you may fancy yourself a heroine." "I do not fancy myself anything," Eveline said, and the calm in her tone surprised them both. I merely refuse to play the part you wrote." He stared. The cane lifted and struck the grate. A coal jumped like a frightened animal. "You will apologize. You will write to Cunningham this instant and accept his hand. We shall announce the betrothal at once and smother this with respectability." "Father," she said, and her voice softened into something even less obedient. "Pity. You cannot redeem a soul with an advertisement." "It and is so. I can redeem a family," he returned, "and I will. You shall not set fire to the Harrow name because you have confused romance with rebellion." She moved past him to the mantel where the family signet lay beside a bowl of holly the housemaid had forgotten to remove when Twelfth Night passed. She lifted the ring. "You mistake me. I have confused courage with permission. I require the first, not the second." He reached for her wrist. He did not strike. His violence wore better gloves than that, but the grip betrayed a tremor, not of weakness, but of age, resenting its own winter. "You will not shame me," he whispered. She looked down at his hand upon her skin, then up at his face in which pride had constructed a citadel so high that love had been forced from it by winds that no man could bear. Something in her sorrowed for him, even as she withdrew. "It is not my ambition to shame you," she said. "It is my ambition to avoid shaming myself." Her hand had closed hard upon the signet. The edge cut her palm. A bead of blood rose, bright as the ribbon had been, and rolled into the map of her lifeline. She opened her fingers, and the drop fell upon the white fichu at her throat, a small blaze that burned without flame. Her father recoiled, as if some omen had taken liberties. "Very theatrical," he said, in a voice chilled by pain. "Very young, perhaps," she answered, "but everything old began in youth." He turned away from her then, not in concession, but in the momentary retreat by which generals invite reinforcements of thought. "Go to your room," he said at last. "I will dispatch a note. Tomorrow we call upon Lady Montrose. We shall arrange a suitable parade of contrition." She inclined her head, not in obedience, but in the courtesy one keeps even for an enemy who once taught one how to stand. At the door she paused, as if to say something that no language would accommodate. Then she climbed the stairs. In the safety of her chamber, which was no safer than the street she washed, Lydia's stain from her glove and could not quite make it clean. Clara, who had grown silent with the day's news, stood by as if posted to witness. Eveline wrapped her palm and set the soiled linen aside. The house settled into its respectable night. Respectable houses make dignified noises. The hush of drawn curtains, the sigh of a maid setting down a coal scuttle, a prayer murmured by a footman who fears he has asked too much of a God already laden with petitions. It was near 11 when the first distant clamor walked toward the manor upon the wind. Clara, who had the ear of those who have waited in more passages than they have been welcomed, went to the window. "Listen," she said. Eveline listened. Sirens, ragged, unmusical, shivered across the city like threads drawn through flesh. A bell beat time somewhere east. The wind smelted the scent of smoke to its old alloy of fog. A knocking came at the front door with an urgency that was almost indecency. Hargreaves, who had been asleep in a chair and had revised his posture at the first breath of scandal, made his stately way to the hall. Murmur, question, the stumble of an errand boy's cap from head to hand. These are the notes upon which tragedy loves to play a prelude. Clara opened the chamber door before Hargreaves had mounted the stair. The boy, red-eared, breathless, delivered a rag of speech between gulps. "From Bleak Street, beggin' pardon, tell her. He thrust a square of scorched paper into Eveline's hand and fled, as if he had delivered gunpowder and must now avoid the blast. Eveline lifted the paper. The edges were crisped to lace by flame. Upon the center an ink, half melted, still remembered the words it had once been. She read them by the candle and felt the room tilt like a ship. Infirmary set alight. Children brought out. Dr. Crowhurst seized by constable for obstruction. He laughed. Lidden. She looked at Clara, and for once found the tears that London had denied her. They came swift, unadorned, as if joy had turned its cloak inside out and shown the lining of grief. She sat down and then stood, because both positions seemed insufficient to terrify her heart into stillness. "We must go," she said. "Milady," Clara began, and faltered, for she was loyal to the law until loyalty became a sin. "We must go," Eveline repeated, more gently. "If they take him, if they close the place, if the children—" She could not close the sentence. Clara seized the cloak from the chair. "The Pritchard carriage will not be had at this hour," she said, brisk with the competence that grief sometimes lends the humble. "We shall walk to the corner and hire from there. You will wrap your hair. And if anyone asks, I am a ghost," Eveline said, with a crooked brightness, and bound the shawl over her head. "London at midnight is both theater and crime. The cab they found smelled of horse and poverty. The driver had an honest, ruined face. He looked askance at the direction, and then at the coin Clara laid upon the seat. "Whitechapel? There's trouble." "There is always trouble," Eveline said, and he drove because the coin had already told him to trust. The east rose to meet them with its awful frankness. Smoke wrote itself upon the sky in frantic script. Windows moved with the flicker of flame across their panes and made of every wretched room a chapel where light was a god too ravenous to worship. At the mouth of Bleak Street the driver would not advance. "No further," he said, softened by the apparent madness of his fare. "I have children." "So do they," Eveline said, and the man took off his hat because the sentence had struck him where gratitude keeps its small store. "God go with ye, miss," he said, and wheeled the cab away like a prayer that knows it will not be answered but must be spoken all the same. Eveline and Clara ran. Snow had become black sugar upon the stones. Men's breaths made ghosts of themselves and vanished without haunting. The infirmary, that humble ark, burned from its roof like an indictment. A crowd pressed and craned. A constable shouted orders as if volume were virtue. From a far window a flame's tongue licked the night. Then the window fell out with a crash, and a gasp rose as though the city had been struck on the mouth. "Out of the way!" Eveline cried, and in her voice was something that parted human bodies as surely as Moses' staff parted the sea. She came to the circle where the law kept its theater. Two boys lay upon the pavement in blankets that smoked. A woman keened in a tongue older than English, and there Damien, his coat black with soot, his cheek cut, his eyes alight with that cold fire reserved for those who have decided there is no other course but forward. Two constables had hold of him. He did not struggle, not bodily. His laughter, reported by the note, now lived. It was not derision, but the only weapon left a man whom duty had made contemptible to power. "You will stand aside, sir," the larger of the two bawled. "By authority, by humanity." Damien returned, and without looking at her, spoke in a tone she had never yet heard upon his tongue. "Eveline, no closer." And where? She did not hear him, or if she did, she was not built to heed it. She moved. The constable wheeled. For an instant, the lantern found her face and wrote upon it the headline the papers loved. The murmur of the crowd altered, surprised to find a lady at the heart of a conflagration she had no appointment with. "Lady," the constable said, with that sudden violent politeness which brutal men keep for rank, "you'll do yourself a mischief." Eveline lifted her chin. "If you will permit me the freedom, I prefer to choose the mischiefs I do myself." Damien's mouth made that almost smile again, and then it was gone. "Take the child there," he said, nodding to a boy with a face as thin as Wish. "Clara, mind your mistress, always," Clara muttered, and between them they lifted the boy upon a blanket chair and bore him toward the line of neighbors flinging buckets like rosaries at hell. The roof groaned. Fire tore through as if it had been stationed there all along, waiting for orders. A sudden orange glory burst and faded. A cheer went up when a figure stumbled down the steps with a ledger hugged to his breast, as if arithmetic were the only relic worth saving. A spark fell upon Eveline's shawl. Clara beat it out with her hands and did not complain of the scorch. Then, abruptly as wind, a squad of men, no longer constables but men of the board, shouldered into the circle, bringing with them the odor of vellum and self-approval. One pointed, with a hand white as flour, "That is the man," he said, and did not trouble to make the word man a compliment. "The unlicensed practitioner. He holds the poor to ransom with sentiment. He will answer for this." "For rescuing children?" Eveline asked, and her voice could have cut seals. "Sir, I should like to see the statute you carry in your pocket that forbids a man his duty." "The statute," he answered, "is called order, and it is in my mind, which is more than sufficient." "And bride, then your mind is too small a prison for any decent law," she said, and the crowd made a sound like the beginning of laughter that has remembered to be afraid. They took Damien then, not with chains, but with that crisp economy that men practice when they wish to declare victory before battle. He did not resist. Resistance would have been a theatrics he disdained. His gaze found Eveline. There was nothing in it of plea or fear, only that particular trust which, once given, extracts a tax upon the receiver's soul forever. "Do not break," he said again, and this time she heard the prayer beneath the order. They bore him away toward the shadow where the van waited. The roof chose that moment to miss the sky. It fell inward with a roar. A column of sparks rose, lovely as sin. Men shouted. Women covered their mouths to catch their hearts before they fled. Eveline's shawl slipped. Her hair took the light like a crown. She turned once more to the door and had the mad impulse to climb the stairs that no longer existed, to salvage a ledger more valuable than any. The names no board would remember. Clara's hand found her wrist and closed with the strength of all the overlooked. "No, my lady." Eveline stopped. She bowed her head then, not to the law, not to the crowd, but to the ashes that had been mercy. Tears burned and did not fall. Smoke drifted in thoughts across her mind. Somewhere the crimson ribbon flamed upon a child's small hand, until it found a quiet the world could not char. When at last she turned toward the street where they had taken Damien, she went not as a lady, nor as a ghost, but as a witness. And witnesses, when they are no longer content to be silent, are the beginning of revolutions that have nothing to do with banners and everything to do with the heart that refuses to hide. She drew her cloak close, and London, which keeps secrets badly, leaned near to hear what she would decide. Chapter 3. The Magistrate's Mourning. Dawn came upon London like a confession whispered under duress. The light did not so much rise as apologize for having been delayed. It found the river and rinsed it to pewter, slipped along the coals in 1,000 grates, and wrote with a pallid hand upon the signs of the streets the alphabet of industry and hunger. At Worship Street Police Court, a queue had already formed by 6 o'clock drunkards made sober by benches, boys whose crimes had been born overnight with their whiskers, women whose shawls kept them decent and did nothing to make them warm, and a garnish of curious gentlemen who preferred the scandals of the poor to those of Parliament because they were more affordable. Eveline stood among them with Clara, like a phrase that had strayed from its sentence into the wrong book. She had dressed herself plainly, but the simple truth is that certain faces announce their rank as surely as heraldry. A constable, seeing the fine set of her mouth and the refusal in her posture, attempted to usher her to a more respectable corner. She thanked him and did not move. Clara, whose skill at invisibility had been trained beyond the talents of cats, stood slightly behind, the better to hand courage forward and receive fear back without remark. "Beg pardon, miss," said a voice that clipped its consonants with a penknife, "but you look as if you are here for one particular spectacle and not the general." Eveline turned. The speaker was a man of middle years, with a face such as printers came to possess when they had looked too often at type squared by habit, inked by life. His hat had given up attempting to be new. "Silas Penry," he announced, with a bow that managed to be both respectful and self-published. "The Metropolitan Clarion, reporting at the nation's service and my editor's patience." "I am at no one's service this morning," Eveline replied, "save Truth's." "Then we are colleagues," said Mr. Penry cheerfully. "Truth never pays me my shillings on time, but she is the only mistress I have not yet betrayed. You come for the physician out of Whitechapel? Crowhurst? There's talk." "Talk," Eveline echoed, "is the one commodity London is never in want of." "Quite so," Mr. Penry agreed. "It thrives in droughts and floods alike. Still, one earns one's supper by sorting the edible from the poisonous. I saw you last night." His eyes softened, for a decent man can admire courage in a lady without stepping upon it. "You stood where I should have stood had I not the cowardly foreknowledge of what beams can do to skulls." "The children?" Eveline asked. "4 brought alive to Street Bartholomew's," he said. "One gone by the gate between—" He coughed, more delicately than his exterior suggested. "The board will say the roof would have fallen whether Christ himself set up a surgery beneath it. The constabulary will say order is more merciful than zeal, and the poor will say, as they always do, that God keeps his own counsel." "And what will you say, Mr. Penry?" He looked at her with that gratitude a journalist saves for a subject who understands the worth of a better sentence than his own. "I will say that a woman with ash in her hair accused a gentleman of having a mind too narrow to house a statute, and the crowd learned more law in that instant than in a decade of sermons. I will say a man laughed when arrested because his anger had already been spent upon better work. And I will say that if London finds itself improved in the next century, it will be because people who had no reason to risk their comfort risked it." Clara, who mistrusted printers on principle, softened toward this one by a degree. The doors were opened then to that timbered chamber where England performs the poor man's theater of justice in matinees. The ushers called for silence with voices that had been trained upon dogs. The magistrate, Sir Jasper Lowton, took his seat with the dignity of a portrait settling into its frame. He possessed the complexion and temper of a man who had never needed to run. His wig sat upon his head as if it had long ago abandoned hope of either adornment or truth. Cases were called with the desultory rhythm of a catalogue of sorrow. Burke, intoxication and disorderly. Miss Parsons, theft of a loaf. Tomlin, assault, and then Damien Crowhurst, obstruction of police in execution of lawful duty, operating a medical establishment without license, incitement to riot by refusal to close premises upon order of board inspector. Eveline's heart performed a small, steady treason against her calm. The dock made a picture of Damien no cathedral could have improved. Soot still shadowed his cheek. A cut ran thinly along his jaw like a scar that had mislaid its century, and his clothes bore the honorable disarray of one who had held a beam rather than a book. He stood with the particular ease of a man who knew his ground, even when it had been forcibly altered beneath his feet. "Name?" the clerk intoned, as if the syllables were a coin to be weighed. "Damien Crowhurst." "Occupation?" "Physician," he said. A susurrus traveled the room. The clerk's mouth pursed. "Physician implies license," he said primly. "Then put doctor, if you prefer a smaller word," Damien answered, without insolence. Sir Jasper adjusted his wig. "Mr. Crowhurst," he said, "you are charged with, well, you heard the list. There is no virtue in repetition. How do you plead?" "To the first," Damien said, "I plead that the policemen were obstructing life. To the second, that license is not the only permission a man receives. To the third, that those who threw stones did not learn to throw them at my bedside." "You plead not guilty," Sir Jasper translated, with a kind of urbanity that has become allergic to nuance. "Is anyone here to speak for the accused in a manner that is not theatrical?" "Bella." "I am," said a voice, smooth as paper that has never been folded. The court turned and quite forgot the poor for a moment, for Lord Harrow had entered, his self-command drawn to an elegance sharpened by anger. He did not look at Eveline, he looked at the magistrate, who rose slightly not because Sir Jasper loved the aristocracy, but because he loved the reflection his own office made in a noble's eye. "My lord," Sir Jasper murmured, "you condescend." "I stand where my daughter has been named," Lord Harrow said. "The press has grown too free with its sketches." Mr. Penry, from his bench, made a note that bore a resemblance to a grin. "Your lordship will forgive me," Sir Jasper resumed, "but we are concerned here with Mr. Crowhurst's trespasses." "Crowhurst's trespasses," Lord Harrow said, as if rehearsing a phrase for later use at dinner, "have found their theatre through my house. I prefer to close it." He turned then, and at his elbow appeared a gentleman whose waistcoat suggested a tailor acquainted with discretion, and whose eyes informed the world that learning could, if necessary, be fashioned into a weapon. "Mr. Jonathan Pembroke," Lord Harrow announced, with the brief irritation of a man obliged to quote a name not his own. "Solicitor to my house. He will speak." Mr. Pembroke bowed without warmth, then addressed the bench with the steady unctuousness that comes of believing one's case both weak and necessary. "Sir Jasper, my client, by which I mean Lord Harrow, has no wish to see the Crown burdened with the cost of lodging Mr. Crowhurst among its habitual guests. It is sufficient to restore decency that the court impose a fine. My client will see it discharged on the gentleman's behalf, upon the gentleman's written pledge to abandon his illegal establishment and refrain from such enterprises henceforth." Damien looked at Mr. Pembroke as once a surgeon had looked at a gangrenous limb and considered mercy from all angles. "You would buy me for a promise," he said. "It is called surety," Mr. Pembroke replied, with a mildness that made of pedantry a virtue. "It is called a leash," Damien returned. A rustle of approval fluttered from the benches like a foolish flock of birds. Sir Jasper rapped, "Decorum, or I shall clear the court." At that instant Eveline rose. She had not meant to. The act performed itself and borrowed her body for the purpose. "Sir," she said, and astonishment hushed the room more effectively than the usher's staff, "I beg the indulgence of the bench." "Hand." "Madam," Sir Jasper said, the R in madam shivering as if chilled by scandal, "this is not the place." "This is precisely the place," Eveline said quietly, "for truth." She stepped forward into that square of space where men divide fate with grammar. Clara's fingers behind her opened and closed upon prayer. Mr. Penry's pen, suddenly careful, waited with uncharacteristic patience. "State your name," the clerk sniffed. "Lady Eveline Harrow." A stir went round like a draught. In England, the power of a syllable appended to a name rivals that of a saint's bone in Spain. "You have business here?" Sir Jasper asked, keeping his eyes upon her as upon a painting he suspected of being an original. "I have been a witness," she said, "to Mr. Crowhurst's work. He is not guilty of what he is charged with, except in the sense that he refused to watch while children died for want of lamp oil and courage. If there is a statute that prohibits either, I am in violation of it also." "Lady Eveline," Lord Harrow said, and the 3 syllables were a cable thrown toward a ship that has already loosed its moorings, "you will resume your seat?" "I will not," she answered, not looking at him. "I will stand, because I have stood beside beds where women bled upon sheets that saw more virtue than many gentlemen's ledgers, and because I have seen this man wash a poor child's face before closing her eyes. Sir Jasper, I know nothing of the law save this, that it is blind in order to be fair, not in order to be deaf. Hear me, if the court will attach any weight to a surety, attach mine. If it will count reputation, spend mine. If it will ask for an address at which Mr. Crowhurst may be found while the board decides whether mercy requires paper, he shall be found at Harrow Manor. I will answer for him. Dad, she O.C. Files." A sound escaped Sir Jasper that might have been a cough, or might have been the awning of his composure collapsing under snow. Lord Harrow's cane struck the floor and then was perfectly still. Mr. Pembroke swam to the surface of the moment with admirable speed. "Your worship," he said silkily, "we cannot place a gentleman of this proclivity in a noble house. It would remove him from the salutary influence of humility." "Humility?" Mr. Penry murmured behind his hand. Sir Jasper, after a silence in which he revised his career and found it insufficient, addressed Eveline with an angular courtesy. "Lady Eveline, the court is not ungrateful for your spirited intervention, but hospitality is no part of bail. The board informs me that Mr. Crowhurst's premises were, inflammable in more senses than one." "The board," Eveline said, "informs itself daily that the poor are inconvenient. Shall the court imitate the board's curriculum?" The magistrate winced as if struck by a verb. He shifted, and when he next spoke he did so in the voice of a man who intends to be both wrong and decent in the same hour, and will suffer for it in his digestion. "This court will accept a monetary surety," he announced, "in the sum of £50 for the first charge. For the second, a bond of £100. For the third, I am compelled to remand the accused to custody for 7 days pending the board's inquiry, unless compelling circumstances for immediate release be shown." Eveline did not blink. "I will enter the surety." "Madam," Sir Jasper protested, but her purse was already in her hand, and the glitter of coin in that room proved more eloquent than any speech. Lord Harrow watched, very still, as his daughter counted out the price of a poor man's liberty from a lady's pins. "For the 7 days," she continued, her voice lower. "What compels you, sir? Is it the scent of approval from men who do not scrape soot from their mantelpieces? Or may compassion persuade you that a man who saved children from a burning roof will not employ his liberty to incite disorder, but to patch the rent lives your order has made?" "Compassion is not a rule of this court," Sir Jasper said, and the sentence hurt him enough that he allowed himself a concession. "But prudence sometimes borrows her gown." "Very well. Mr. Crowhurst's remand shall be suspended upon his undertaking to present himself daily at noon at this court for the next 7 days, and to make no effort to reopen any premises without license. Does he so undertake?" All heads turned to Damien. He had not looked at Eveline while she purchased his breathing room. He looked now, and the look carried a gratitude that refused to kneel. "I undertake to present myself," he said. "As to the other, sir, I will not open a premises without license, since I have none to open. But I will dress wounds in alleys, and bind ribs in kitchens, and boil rags in any stove that consents. If that troubles the board may purchase more van wagons." Sir Jasper's mouth twitched, which in his species of man is akin to laughter. He banged his gavel. "Bail accepted." The court exhaled like a bellows. A clerk advanced with papers which Damien signed without looking at them, as one might sign a treaty with weather. The constable removed his hand from Damien's elbow reluctantly, having become attached in the manner of those who love employment more than duty. Lord Harrow stepped forward then, a storm contained in a decanter. "Hargreaves will send the carriage," he said to Eveline without greeting. "You will depart at once. I shall follow. Mr. Crowhurst will not set foot in my house." Eveline turned to her father with a patience that glittered like a blade. "Then he will set foot upon the road beside it, and I will walk with him through the gate. And it appears," Lord Harrow observed, "that I am being blackmailed by my own blood." "It appears," she answered, "that your blood has discovered its purpose." They looked at one another then with that old intimacy of enemies who once held each other as the first shelter. Something moved beneath Lord Harrow's expression, a wounded thing, or perhaps merely a memory of gentleness that had been sleeping so long it woke unhandsome. He bowed, not to her, but to the inevitable. "Mr. Pembroke," he said, "inform the butler that a guest may be offered the library for an hour, no more. Have Mrs. Enders place a cloth. We should not be accused of starving our scandals. It is he has had." He went out like a man who had resigned an office he could not afford to lose. Mr. Penry watched him go and wrote beneath his breath, "Even lions learn to step around fire." The Harrow carriage stood at the curb like an argument. Damien would not sit within it. He took the step and then resumed the pavement beside, walking as if imprisonment had left him in possession of the city, but on poorer terms. Eveline, after a brief hesitation that had the shape of a courtesy bowing to a principal, descended and walked beside him. The coachman, who had been taught never to be surprised and had never been tested so sorely, followed at a pace that allowed the spectacle to breathe. They said little. The morning had absorbed the night's smoke and made of it a flavor in the air, like a story that insists upon being told again to be believed. A newsboy shouted headlines that made Eveline's name a cartoon. She learned, by this means, that she had apparently leapt a wall and hurled a pail at a policeman. She could not contradict him. It was too handsome a sentence. "Why did you not allow your father to purchase your peace?" she asked at last, not accusing. "Because peace bought in that fashion is a mortgage," he said, "and collectors have a sense for my address." "Then allow me to be your creditor," she replied, attempting a lightness her heart could not sustain. "I am kinder than a board." "You are also more dangerous," he said. They reached Harrow Manor in this fashion, a lady walking in the gutter beside a man who had laughed in a magistrate's court. The servants, who know everything at the hour before their masters, had perfected their expression into a kind of solemn vacancy that would not need to be repented of in any confessional, Anglican, or otherwise. Hargreaves announced them as if he were announcing weather, unavoidable, affecting the joints of the elderly. In the library the fire burned with excellent taste. Lord Harrow understood that rebellion may be better parleyed with a proper blaze. A luncheon had been set with the precision of an ultimatum. Mr. Pembroke stood by the mantel like a second clock. "Eat," Lord Harrow said to Damien without ceremony. "I do not intend to be accused of starving a radical in my house. Drink, if you will. There is claret. Its politics will not offend you." Damien bowed. "My lord, your hospitality is larger than your patience." "It must be," Lord Harrow replied. "I have more of the former to squander." They ate like men do upon battlefields efficiently, with courtesy erected like a tent between them and the indecency of appetite. Eveline drank water, having learned last night how wine can make a staircase unkind. When the plates were removed, Lord Harrow set his fingertips together and regarded Damien with a quiet that invited neither confession nor evasion, merely accuracy. "Sir," he said, "you have made my house the subject of public improvement. There is a manner of men who prefer to be generous in private. You have made me appear miserly. This I cannot forgive you. Yet, for reasons more historical than paternal, I am not disposed to give you into the board's teeth for a second chewing." Damien inclined his head. "I am in your debt then, my lord. It will be difficult to repay, as I am not disposed to confess any wrong done." And Lord Harrow's mouth thinned into what might have been a smile in a younger climate. "You and my daughter have this in common. Neither of you is disposed to repent the sins I most disapprove of." He let that sentence ripen, then continued, "I will make you a proposal. It will enjoy the vice of being practical. You will cease publicly your ministrations. In private, you will attend to such cases as are presented to you at my discretion. I will provide a room in one of my unused houses in Spitalfields that will satisfy the board's thirst for premises, and Mr. Pembroke will see to the papers with a swiftness that will persuade God himself we have always been licensed. In return, you will refrain from instructing my daughter in the grammar of disobedience." Silence fell upon the library with the grace of a fall of snow that crushes roofs. Clara, who had been given a chair by the door and had not used it, stared at the pattern in the carpet as if it contained a map to decency. Eveline looked at her father with a tenderness that circumstances could not domesticate. "Father," she said, "you propose to purchase dignity with stealth." "I propose," he returned, "to rear a bridge where a crowd last night preferred to rear a bonfire." Damien's gaze had not moved from Lord Harrow's. "You would provide a room," he said, "under your name, and in a very—" "Yes," Lord Harrow replied, "my name has been used for worse." "Then you are a better man than the board," Damien said simply. Lord Harrow blinked, surprised to find himself complimented in his own library. "Flattery," he observed, "is not your trade. Keep it so. Do you accept?" Damien turned to Eveline. He did not ask her permission. He sought her verdict, which is another matter. Accept, she said softly. You cannot stitch wounds in a courthouse. Take the room, use the paper. The poor have no patience for purity, only for bread. He nodded once. I accept. Good, Lord Harrow said, and the syllable wore the close of a sigh. Then we shall be conspirators. It is an occupation in which this country has always excelled. He rose a signal that Parliament had adjourned. Mr. Pembroke will call upon you at 6 with documents. Present your person at Worship Street at noon daily for 7 days. Smile upon the magistrate if the angels lend you the trick, and allow my daughter to remember that she is my daughter. I shall not forget, Eveline said, but I shall remember in my fashion. Lord Harrow bowed his head an inch. I am learning to expect no less. He left them then, his cane remarking upon the floor as he went. Mr. Pembroke followed, already composing clauses. The door closed with that special softness great houses reserve for scenes they regret having hosted. Damien exhaled. It was not relief precisely, more a release of a rope he had been politely strangling himself with. He looked at Eveline. You have bruised your hand, he said. From the signet, she glanced at the bandage. The Harrow crest has sharper edges than most ornaments. He took her hand then not as a lover over a drawing-room tea might, but as the physician to whom a wound is a sentence requiring an answer. He undid the linen and examined the cut with the sacrament of touch. His fingers smelled faintly of carbolic and smoke, her skin of rosewater and resolve. He pressed the edges together gently and rebounded with a precision that placed tenderness between his skill and his silence. Do not expose it to cold, he said. The body sulks when one neglects its small tyrannies. The heart, she replied, is the worst tyrant of all. He released her hand and, after a pause, bowed as if the moment required a curtain. I will come each day at 11, he said, to take your instructions for the work your father's house now commits treason by performing. We will require lists and a door that locks and opens in equal measure, and I, she said, will learn to number bandages as men do debts. We will call that room the Crimson Room, not for theatrics, but because we are finished pretending that mercy has no color. He smiled then, the small, sudden smile that had visited her on the winter path beyond the chapel gate. Lady Eveline, he said softly, you are dangerous to despair. She would have answered, but the clock struck the quarter, and with it the world resumed its demands. He took his hat. She walked with him to the great door which had learned, of late, the step of new stories. At the threshold he paused. Eveline, he said, not lady, not madam, but the syllable he had used last night when he asked her not to break when this is done, and the room is quiet, and the board has found a new villain. What then? She looked toward the east, where the city kept its old wound open to the sea, and answered him as one answers a question that is both hope and warning. Then, she said, we shall raise a roof that no law will set fire to, and we shall ask nothing's permission save the morning's. He bent his head as if receiving a benediction from a church he had not expected to enter, and went down the steps into the pale light. Eveline watched him until he vanished into the traffic's secular liturgy. Then she closed the door upon the Harrow house, and the peculiar silence that follows a bargain which might yet redeem the souls that made it. In her palm the cut pulsed, an eloquent red signature beneath the clean linen. She pressed it to her heart, and for an instant, in the stillness that great houses keep between intrigues, she felt it answer. Chapter 4. The Crimson Room, the room that Lord Harrow provided in Spitalfields, wore its neglect like a second plaster, cracked, resigned, and modestly ashamed. It sat above a defunct weaver's shop whose windows were webbed by years rather than spiders, and whose faded sign, Cornely and Sons, Silks, had been allowed to keep the pretense of trade as one keeps an old faith for courtesy. The staircase suffered the tread of a century. It complained in polite, wooden murmurs. The landing smelled of dust, and dust is simply the eloquence of time in a less forgiving form. When Eveline first climbed those steps at 11 of the clock, the sun fumbled at the panes as if it also required a license to enter. Damien was already within, coat off, sleeves rolled, a broom in his hand in one of those gestures by which useful men endear themselves to unhelpful rooms. He looked up and placed the broom aside, though not as a gentleman would place a violin, but as a soldier sets down his musket when the hour of music has come unexpectedly. "It will do," he said. "It will be made to," she returned, and went to the window. With a steadiness that surprised her wrist, she drew the sash. Cold air entered like a criticism that is also a cure. The street below offered them its secular hymns, wheels, calls, the rattle of milk, a woman bargaining for onions in a tone that would have tamed emperors. Clara arrived on the minute behind with a basket whose ambitions were larger than its belly. She surveyed the room with that narrow-eyed justice peculiar to the devout poor. "A sin forgiven," she pronounced, "is still a sin. We will have to scrub it twice." "We will," Eveline said, and tied a simple apron over her plain dress. This small ceremony held in it more defiance than a speech. She set to work with rags, water, carbolic, and a tenderness which had long ago altered its name to resolve. By noon, the floor had remembered its wood. The window admitted a light honest enough to show faults, and the old counter of the silk shop, hauled to the far wall, made a passable table for bandages and jars. Damien had coaxed an iron cot into serviceable humility, hammered a bracket for a lamp, and tested the hook upon the door twice, as if security could be persuaded by insistence. His pocketbook lay open to a page with columns that were not yet debts. Lint, carbolic, thread, boiled water, quinine when the board looks away, bread. Upon the counter Eveline unfolded a square of cambric the color of a blush remembered. She had stitched its edges the night before with a care the housemaids had mistaken for prayer. In the corner, in tiny, neat letters, she had written, "Mercy is crimson, guilt is the absence of color." She hung it above the cot where a pietà might have been. It made no boast. It declared a jurisdiction. Damien stood looking at it with his head a little to one side. "The room is christened," he said. "The room is sworn," she answered. There was a pause, in which the world outside completed a bargain for 3 potatoes. Then he took his hat. "I must go to the court and make my bow to Sir Jasper," he said. "If I am late, he will imagine reform is a printer's error and must be corrected with Gayol. Will you?" "I will stay," she said. "I have asked Mrs. Enders for a kettle, and she, who is enemy to no kettle, will send it. Clara will bully the soap into repentance, and if the poor come before the physician, then the lady must learn to be a nurse without asking the angels to co-sign her attempt." He smiled faintly. "Do not admit the board." "I will admit no one who does not bleed," she said. He put on his hat. It seemed to Eveline that he wore it as a soldier wears his courage, with a faint regret that it is necessary. "If anyone should require me, I will send word to Worship Street with a boy who runs faster than the law." He nodded, held her gaze a fraction longer than courtesy permits, and left. The Crimson Room learned its purpose within the hour. A girl of 12 with a hand burned by a coal iron came shyly to the door as if asking alms from a saint she suspected of being a counterfeit. Clara washed the burn with such fierce gentleness that the child's courage learned to keep still. Eveline bound it with a strip torn from a linen chemise she had ruined long ago with tears. "Return tomorrow," she said, and the child nodded with the solemn gratitude of those who are surprised to discover themselves welcome. Then a man with a cough that had drained him to chalk, a seamstress whose thumb had found a needle in the dark and welcomed it too intimately, a woman whose husband's temper had written its signature across her cheek and would sign again if permitted. Eveline listened, washed, bound, pressed coins into palms as if she were bribing despair to postpone its collections. She did not pretend to be a physician. She was a witness with bandages. It proved more ministry than many systems. At noon, Clara sent the boy string for a waistcoat, ceiling for a sky to the court to say that the room was alive and would require its doctor if Providence meant to be as practical as it professed. Damien had made his bow and was back by the quarter, the law having decided to practice admiration in private. He moved among the bodies with that quiet that makes rooms larger. The cough became a diagnosis, the needle thumb an instruction. Soak, then salve. Keep the hand from pricking for 2 days. The husband's signature required a different ink. He spoke few words to the woman and none to the man who hovered at the door. But his silence wore a look that men feel in their knuckles. "I have a friend at Street Bart's," he said to Eveline. "Lo, he is not fond of boards. He will send us cast-off dressings and a jar that once contained leeches, and now shall contain hope under a new name." "And bread?" she asked. He looked at the purse in her hand, which was less for coins than resolves. "Bread," he said, "is the only license we require daily." By 3, the kettle sang. Mrs. Enders had supplied not only water but an old tin mug that had retired from tea and was willing to consider glory. Eveline brewed something that called itself broth, and paid Clara in smiles for pretending to believe it. They ate like conspirators who know that appetite is not a betrayal but a tool. Toward 4, a shadow hung on the threshold without entering, as if the door had become a confessional. It arranged itself into a man whose hat deferred to his coat and whose coat deferred to his eyes. He tapped the jamb with a cane that had never in its life struck anything worth striking. "Forgive a caller who ought to have sent a card," he said, and removed his hat with an exactness that made courtesy a weapon. Aldous Fisk, Board of Health and Moral Order. Moral order did not quite belong to his mouth. He had borrowed it from a sermon. Damien wiped his hands upon a towel and met him halfway to spare the door. "We are closed," he said. "For what?" Mr. Fisk inquired pleasantly. "For business? For law? For mercy? For pestilence." "It is catching," Damien said. "You might come to like the sick." Mr. Fisk smiled without showing his teeth. "There is a class of men whom God has equipped with lips adequate to conceal any number of intentions. I like the poor exceedingly," he said, "properly arranged, standing in queues, accepting bread, not catching fire, not catching ideas. It has come to our attention that you intend to do good in public without a certificate." "It has come to my attention," Damien returned, "that you intend to do good in minutes and reports. The difference is merely one of grammar. Grammar, doctor, is the difference between men who are invited to tables and men who wipe them," Mr. Fisk replied, glancing at Eveline with a bow very slightly too deep to be uninsulting. "Lady Harrow, I presume. A charming venture. The board applauds the kindness of ladies when it is undertaken under supervision. There is a rumor," his voice managed to make the word a handkerchief, "that the Harrow name will be affixed to this address. We should like to spare his lordship any inconvenience." "I thank the board for its consideration," Eveline said, "and return it. We should like to spare the board any acquaintance with suffering to which it is unequal." "Equanimity," Mr. Fisk corrected, as if drawing a small rod across her knuckles. "The board possesses equanimity in abundance. Suffering soon becomes boring to men who must read it in paragraphs." Damien's eyes darkened. "We will hang our sign tomorrow," he said. "Until then, you may report that a disused room once again honors its old trade." "His silks," Mr. Fisk said, allowing his gaze to rest upon the crimson square. "Ah, the city has always loved the Provence of dyes." He set his hat on with the pride of a man who has placed the last word upon an unsuspecting dinner guest. "Please offer Lord Harrow my compliments on his house's new philanthropy, and tell him that we shall be delighted to attend its christening with our extinguishers." He withdrew. Clara, who had stood at his left hand like a lit candle in a draught, made the sign of the cross. "That man," she said, "could curdle milk." "Milk resists longer," Eveline replied. "Expect them," Damien said. "He was the courtesy before the raid. We will have a week, perhaps. Id oseis Dan. Then we must teach the room to live quickly," Eveline said. They did. In 4 days they learned to fold bandages faster, to boil water with a thrift that would have earned a sermon from Methodists, to lay out instruments in the sequence that grief is likely to request them. Clara invented a way to stretch broth like a lie that harms no one. Mrs. Enders discovered a drawer of old silk sample cards in the shop below. Small squares of color, labeled in a delicate clerk's hand, cardinal, carmine, scarlet, cochineal, rose. Eveline cut the squares into ribbons and tied one at each wrist she had dressed, not for prettiness, but for proof of having been counted. Children compared hues as if they were collecting passports to a better city. Mr. Penry appeared at odd hours like an honest thief. He brought news folded into his hatband, the way certain men once secreted pistols. "Sir Jasper," he reported one morning with a grin that had learned to be sly, "has been reading the Acts with an expression of horror and chastity. He will interpret you into purgatory rather than hell if he can, and Lord Cunningham has opinions." "Of course he has," Eveline said, though her countenance did not alter. "What are they called?" "Decorum and disgust," Mr. Penry answered. He spoke of ladies and lanes as if the nouns were mutually excommunicating. "He has demanded satisfaction from Lord Harrow." "In what currency?" Damien asked, examining a boy's ankle with the dignity of a priest handling relics. "In silence," Mr. Penry said. "He would have you go to the country and cultivate roses. He is fond of roses, the kind without thorns." "Lord Cunningham," Eveline murmured, "is fond of many things that do not exist." Mr. Penry tipped his hat. "I shall print that if you will sign it." "I shall do it rather than sign it," she replied, which is the stronger sentence. By the 5th day, the Crimson Room possessed a calm, the way some men possess a scar. It compelled respect. Damien presented himself daily at noon to Sir Jasper, who managed to ask after the weather and mercy in the same breath without admitting the words to smuggle each other into his sentence. Lord Harrow said nothing, which was the nearest he had yet come to alliance. Mr. Pembroke delivered papers with a speed that would have made angels envy legal stationery. Eveline signed where he pointed refusing to read only where she already knew the truth and could not bear to watch it rendered into clauses. On the 6th day, a Sunday, the chapel bells at Mary Spittal sang across the roofs with a hope they had borrowed from better cities. Eveline had left the room in Clara's care and gone to the back lane for breath. She had learned a new hunger, not for air, but for the moment in which one remembers one still owns a body and not merely a name. She stood in the strip of sunlight that found the cracked bricks and closed her eyes. "Lady Eveline," said a voice that came attached to a hat, a smile, and an apology that had learned to dress well. Lord Cunningham, he had brought with him the countryside, or at least a scent that had purchased the countryside indulgently bottled. His coat fit him like a plan. His gaze took measurements and decided upon improvements. Behind him a curricle waited, which is to say vanity subdued by wheels. "Lord Cunningham," she answered, opening her eyes and closing the door behind her with a neatness that nervousness had refined into habit. "London is an unkind color upon you," he said. "You were meant for woodlands." "I prefer woods that do not burn," she replied. He smiled as one smiles at a child that has mistaken a coin for treasure. "You have made a plaything of scandal," he said pleasantly. "It is a dangerous toy. Society is a nursery policed by nannies with sharp teeth." "And nurses," she said, glancing toward the door, "with clean hands." "And probably—" He followed her gaze and allowed his expression to convey what his tongue well-bred would not, that the door hid a vulgar noun called work. "Your father and I have discussed the matter," he continued. "We are of one mind." "How unfortunate," she said. He lifted one gloved hand. "Eveline, do let me be frank. You are admired. Admiration is a currency that spends itself quickly unless banked. Bank it, marry me. We shall retire to Sussex for a season. London will forgive the poor who forget, and me, who am forgiven as a profession. Then return, and be adored for your compassion moderated by prudence. I should not mind if you presided over a committee for blankets. Indeed, I would relish it." Eveline looked at him as one looks at a painting in which the brushwork is fine and the subject deplorable. "And the children whose wrists I tie with silk?" she asked, as if inquiring after the weather on his estate. He regarded his gloved hand, which had never, in the course of its service to him, encountered a scab. "Children," he said kindly, "are like rain. They fall where they must. It is the province's business to be wet." She stepped away from him because it is wiser to step from precipices when one begins to count them beautiful. "My lord," she said, "I congratulate you on your consistency. You are not a hypocrite. You are merely wrong." His eyes hardened. The mask slipped, not fell, but adjusted, like a gentleman correcting a tie he has allowed sentiment to disarrange. "I shall speak with your father this evening," he said. "You shall find that the season has been altered. Winter will arrive at Harrow Manor as quickly as I can arrange it." "Spare yourself the haste," she replied. "It has been winter there for years." He bowed, not in homage, but in the elegant violence of men who prefer not to be resisted. "You will reconsider," he said. "Women always do. Their hearts are extremely mobile." "Then you have read few of them," she answered. He touched his hat. The curricle bore him away like a sentence that had not quite found its verb. Eveline stood and let the street reacquaint itself with its true sky. When she returned to the room, Damien read the interview in her face as one deciphers weather upon hills. He did not ask. Instead, he held out a sheet of paper. "Mr. Penry had left and not dared to utter. A notice printed upon cheap, ambitious stock. Public hearing. The Board of Health and Moral Order will consider petitions for licenses in the parish of Spitalfields, and hear complaints against same, Thursday next at 11, Assembly Rooms, Bishopsgate, below. In a hand that could have forged blessings more convincing than most, Penry had written, "Fisk is sharpening his penknife. He will call it a quill." "So soon," Eveline murmured. "Mercy has always ridden ahead of paperwork," Damien said. "The paperwork gets even by summoning a horse it calls procedure." "We will go," she said. "We will go," he echoed. "We will take the children's ribbons. We will take the seamstress's thumb and the husband who did not strike a second time." "And if they refuse us?" she asked. Not out of dread, she had spent most of her dread already, but because strategy is more faithful when fear is named and sat down upon a chair. "Then we will go on," he said simply. Licenses were not invented to govern conscience, but to map it. Conscience is an explorer. That night, in Harrow Manor, winter indeed arrived. Lord Harrow received Lord Cunningham in the study and listened to a speech that had the temper of polished steel and the warmth of moonlight upon tombs. When Eveline entered, the conversation altered its pronouns and increased its volume by half. "My daughter," Lord Harrow said, "has decided to place herself before a tribunal of tradesmen. She will be paraded. There will be remarks. I do not care for remarks." "Father," Eveline said, "I have been paraded since I was 17. They called it the season. It's say." Lord Cunningham allowed himself the sigh of a man who has been required to be witty in company, unworthy of the expense. "Eveline, dear girl, the world is not improved by your stubbornness. It is arranged. Men arrange it. Those who assist them are rewarded. Those who oppose them are interesting for a year. Be clever. Do not be interesting." She turned then, not to Damien, for he was not there, but to the space in the room where he would have stood. As one turns toward a star the astronomers have told her exists. "I do not intend to be interesting," she said. "I intend to be useful. Here's a prize." Lord Harrow closed his eyes for a long second, and when he opened them, the storm behind them had gone out to sea. "Then," he said, very tired, "we must ensure that if they refuse you a license, they will be forced to refuse it in words the newspapers can print without blushing." "Penry," Eveline said. "Penry," Lord Harrow agreed, with the irritated generosity one extends to an ally one has not elected. "I have sent him notes when I wished Parliament to hear a rumour. He is cheaper than a whip. He will serve this once." Lord Cunningham smiled, and for the first time his smile was not a weapon, but a wound he tried to present as tact. "You will regret this," he said softly to Eveline, as if offering her a jewel he could not afford. "And when you do, I shall be in Sussex. My roses will not comfort you, but they will be clean." "Cleanliness," she replied, "is not a virtue when it is purchased by closing one's eyes." He bowed and took his leave in a temperate gust of expensive air. When the door shut, Lord Harrow set his hand upon the mantel and looked at the fire as one looks at a map scribbled by a stranger. "Eveline," he said, and in the syllables lay an old thing precious only because it was old. "I cannot save you from mockery. I can purchase you a hearing." "It is enough," she said. "It is almost nothing," he returned, "but it is all I can do without breaking something I am not, at my age, fit to fix. I will sit in the room. If I can do it without causing the board to mistake this for a duel, I will not speak." but I will be counted. She stepped to him then, and though the distance was small, it had required 20 years to cross. She set her hand briefly upon his sleeve. He did not flinch. On Thursday, the assembly rooms were as crowded as an opera where the diva is scandal. Mr. Fisk presided at a trestle as if he were born to trestles. Paper grew beneath his hand like fungus. Beside him sat two gentlemen who owed to their seats a dignity they could not have afforded at home. Penry prowled the back like a pleasant jackal. Lord Harrow took a chair in the corner, false as a potted bay tree in a house that cannot support the truth of green. Sir Jasper had elected to fall ill in order not to be asked to preside. This improved his reputation in the quarter. Eveline wore no hat. The room was hot. Heat forgets manners. It introduced everyone. Damien stood at her side. Clara, who had wrestled for a place near the door and won, held the basket of ribbons as one holds a chalice. "Petitioners for licenses," intoned the usher, as if inviting sinners to communion. Names were called. Small men with big hopes shuffled forward and were sent away with adjournments and instructions to obtain guarantees from men who had never guaranteed anything but their appetites. At last, Harrow, Crimson Room, Weaver's Lane. Mr. Fisk's head lifted with the pleasurable alertness of a cat who has heard a canary volunteer. "Lady Eveline," he said, when she had reached the table and Damien with her. He did not stand. "And Mr. Crowhurst, the man who enjoys conflagrations, only when they are lit by incompetence," Damien said. A breath of laughter moved the room. Fisk covered it with paper. "You have provided care," he said to Eveline, "to persons undefined, in premises unsuitable, under auspices improper, with moneys unaccounted for. You have enlisted the sympathy of the press. You have abused the patience of the board." "I have tied silk on wrists," she replied. "The board will forgive me when it remembers that it also was once a child." He permitted himself the smile of a prelate untempted by metaphor. "Your request? A license to continue doing openly what we have done with the door ajar," she said, "and a public acknowledgment that a woman's courage requires no chaperone." "The board," Fisk answered, "does not license virtue. It licenses drainage. You may have a permit for your sink. As to the rest, who speaks for you? The law prefers men when it must be addressed." Lord Harrow stood then. He had not intended to, neither had his legs. One could see the surprise in their steadiness. He did not move toward the table. He did not need to. "I do," he said. The room took a step back without moving. Fisk colored not from shame, but from the irritation of having mislaid control. "My lord, I am not here to persuade you," Lord Harrow continued. "I am here to be counted among those who will be embarrassed in the club if you refuse. You may enjoy that. Know, however, that my embarrassment is contagious. It infects men whose names make your ink valuable." Fisk's lips did something interesting, and then pretended they had not. "Noted," he said. "And I," said another voice, unexpected, musical with indignation, "I speak." A woman advanced from the back, her shawl poor, her posture rich. She lifted her arm, and upon the wrist the small crimson square burned like resolve made flesh. "I was struck," she said. "Then I was bound by this gentleman's hands and this lady's heart. My husband came and saw the binding and could not raise his fist. Give them paper for what they have done for my bones." Another, the little Byrne girl, elbowed forward by a grandmother who permitted no doubts. "She washed it," the child said, and held up the hand, now neat, now healing. "It hurt less because she looked at me like I mattered. Another. The chalk man coughed up his case upon the floor and then stood straight with a righteousness that made coughs kneel. The doctor counted my breaths with me until they were not so few, he said. I had thought numbers were for taxes. He made them for living. The room altered. Heat discovered it could also be warmth. Penry scribbled as if the pen had taken the bit in its teeth. Fisk, to his credit, did not flinch. He merely grew narrower. The board, he said at last, is not blind to sentiment. It is merely deaf to it, Eveline murmured. Fisk's gaze slid to her with a suddenness that betrayed where the true fight lay. Very pretty, he said softly, for her ear alone, and very dangerous. You are the sort of woman who makes men think they have souls. The city cannot be administered upon that hypothesis. Then the city must find a new board, she replied in the same register. He turned to his papers as one turns to reinforcements. This license, he announced, is granted pro tempore, subject to monthly review, contingent upon reports satisfactory to the board, and upon the strict condition that the premises be open to inspection at any hour. His smile returned, undamaged. We like doors that do not lock. Here's all why? Eveline did not move. Damien's hand, at his side, closed and opened once slowly, as if learning to tolerate victory. Additionally, Fisk continued, the board requires that no surgery beyond dressings, and such simple measures as a nurse may undertake, be performed on the premises, that all cases likely to expire do so under the eyes of institutions more experienced at death, and that the lady concerned, the slight inclination of his head toward Eveline, managed to pin her like a specimen, refrained from speeches within earshot of the press. Mr. Penry coughed into his hat. Eveline at last inclined her head, the degree of the movement declaring plainly that obedience would hereafter be a negotiation. We accept the month, she said. We accept scrutiny, and we accept your fear. My, Fisk began, and thought better of pimping outrage to a room that had come to prefer wit. Next petition, he said instead. They turned away, not triumphant but upright. Lord Harrow sat down as if his spine had remembered its youth. Clara's basket had grown light. The ribbons had gone into the air and settled on wrists like small, tame flames. Outside, the street held its breath until Eveline stepped into it. Then it exhaled and became once more a city. They walked to Weaver's Lane. People looked and did not pretend not to. Children pointed with that frankness which is a species of benediction. When they had climbed the stairs and entered the room, Eveline stood beneath the square of crimson and felt the world rearrange itself around a word that had been part promise, part dare. Licensed, Clara said, and made the sign of the cross upon the kettle. Borrowed, Damien corrected, but we will pay the interest. He went to the window and looked out upon the roofs, upon the ragged horizon where the steeples pierced, for a moment, a sky that had been persuaded to be kind. He spoke without turning. They will come again, he said, with their quills and their buckets. Eveline stood beside him. Then we will make of this room a thing that cannot burn, she said. How? He asked. Not as a challenge, but as a sacrament, with people, she replied, and with a promise that is not written on paper. He turned, and between them hovered that old barrier, the last mercy before confession. He did not cross it, neither did she. The room warmed itself upon their refusal like a cat at a hearth. Below, the street rolled on. Above, The square of crimson remembered the day it had been dyed, how it had taken the color greedily and held it as if it were a vow. In the corner, upon a shelf, Mrs. Enders had bullied into allegiance. A ledger lay open to a new page. Eveline took up the pen. She wrote at the top in a hand steady enough to build bridges. Names. Chapter V. A covenant of names. The ledger took the ink as a drought takes rain eagerly, with a humility that made generosity look like restitution. Eveline wrote names at the top in a hand that did not tremble, and beneath it a first entry, then a second, then the abbey of a third letter rising into the margin as if prayer had begun to claim the page. She had not thought to feel such peace in the act of registration. It was as if the world, which had long kept lists of her obligations, now permitted her to draft one of her own choosing. Damien, who rejoiced in order as soldiers rejoice in the accuracy of a map, carved lines with a ruler, made columns, and surrendered his dislike of bureaucracy to the seductions of meaning. Clara, who had always mistrusted books because they were not bread, stood with her hands upon her apron and watched a miracle dressed as penmanship. "Begin with the dead," Damien murmured, gazing at the empty expanse, as a man looks upon a field he has promised to sow with crops not native to grief. "We owe them the first line." Eveline lowered her eyes. "Lydia," she wrote, and paused, then added, "ribbon crimson, Sunday in snow, remembered. Amir," she wrote under it, at his nod, "a tourniquet made from a careless strip of silk, remembered by the man who keeps shame as though it were silver." The names were not dates, they were covenants. She wrote them in ink that did not argue, and found that her throat loosened upon the syllables, as if the dead, noticing they had been counted, were willing to grant the living one more breath. There were other entries, a litany of particularities that refused to be tidied into categories. Mrs. Peg cheeks struck blue, returned gray, took broth, returned home with her husband's hand in his pocket, not on her face. Mr. Hale coughed like a shovel in gravel, instructed, improved, wages preserved. To each, Eveline affixed a small mark to indicate the ribbon color they had earned by survival. It was ceremony, yes, but also math. She trusted ceremony when it consented to be useful. They kept at it until the light climbed the far wall and set up a camp upon a shabby cornice where once bolts of thread had hung like patient rain. When they paused, it was because the kettle insisted upon being heard. "Tea," Clara announced with the solemnity of a magistrate. "It is the 11th commandment. Thou shalt take it, lest thou mistake thine own martyrdom for virtue." They drank, and their silence had the contentment of labor briefly set down, not dropped, lest it break. If the Crimson Room learned the grammar of mercy quickly, London learned the taste of gossip with greater swiftness still. The week's papers performed their dance. Some tutted with pleasure, some spat with approval. A few attempted satire and succeeded by accident at admiration. Mr. Penry's column took the form of a parable. A room, he said, had remembered it was a room. A lady had remembered she was not furniture. A doctor had remembered the city was not a machine for minting shillings, but for spending hearts. He hid their names and made them obvious to anyone who could read. This is what decent men do when courage and discretion have been introduced and find they like each other. Lord Harrow read and did not send for scissors. He received callers with the stoicism of a lighthouse wall and treated his own silence like an old suit brought briefly back into service. Lord Cunningham called and Lord Cunningham wrote. Lord Cunningham's letters were slender traps, disguised as compliments. Eveline replied, each with a sentence that did not allow his snares to catch. He was, in a perverse fashion, impressed. Men who have always been obeyed are helplessly attracted to persons who can defy attractively. A certain Lady Anstruther, whose charities had grown fat while she herself became saintly by association, sent an invitation upon paper that smelt faintly of violets. A conversazione, the card announced, upon the new philanthropies at my rooms in Brook Street. Lady Eveline Harrow will address the company on her experiences among the industrious poor. There is no sword so keen as a lady's conversazione when she wishes to slice another open without blood. Eveline showed the card to her father. He held it as if it were a species of wasp. "If you do not go," he said, "they will accuse you of treason against the lilies. If you do, they will attach themselves to your name and sell your courage by the yard." "Then," she replied, "we shall price it so high they cannot afford it." "You have learned commerce," he murmured. "I have learned theft," she said. "It is a skill the poor cannot afford to ignore." He looked at her then, long. "Will you require an escort?" "I will require Mr. Crowhurst," she replied, without blush. "Not to dress my speech, Mercy knows it needs no ornaments, but to protect me from the more generous varieties of insult." Lord Harrow's mouth flicked. It was not a smile. It was the ghost of one the household remembered and did not speak of, for fear it might be summoned and find it had no body left to inhabit. "Bring him," he said. "If he must be inconvenient, let it be in rooms equipped with chairs." Brook Street, on the evening appointed, was a bouquet assembled by someone with too much coin and too little taste in gardening. Carriages wore their lamps like jewels. Footmen exchanged glances that no aristocrat would have thought to collect. Within, Lady Anstruther presided from a sofa upholstered in the exact tone of envy when it wishes to pretend to be admiration. She had powdered herself into an innocence that made Eveline think of bread dusted to disguise staleness. Her smile was a picture of Christmas upon a menu. "Darling," she trilled as Eveline entered between Damien and Lord Harrow, a triangle of purpose improper to many drawing-rooms, "we are ravished to be edified. How brave you are! How absolutely modern! Lord Harrow, you are generous to lend us your saint." Her gaze slipped with the pleasure of a woman pinching a fruit she does not intend to buy, to Damien. "And this must be the doctor. You carry the East upon your cheek. How romantic." "War is romance written by arsonists," Damien said, inclining his head. "It burns well and leaves educated ash." Lady Anstruther laughed in a way that suggested her ribs were rehearsed. "How epigrammatic! You must compose me a line for my little book. We keep, a record of phrases that can be quoted at dinner without offense." "I am poor at sentiment that travels well," he replied. Eveline sank upon a chair, possessed simultaneously by dread and amusement. Society does not intend cruelty. It is merely crowded, and every elbow must keep itself keen to find room. Lord Harrow, having delivered his companions, retired to the outskirts of the event with the air of a man who has signed a treaty with a foreign power and wishes to verify the clauses from a discreet distance. There were speeches. A gentleman from the West India Committee, with sugar in his accent, declared it an admirable thing to take pity on those who had not the temperament for success. A lady who had never seen a factory praised the cleanliness of rural life with such earnestness. One suspected she had heard of mud and had decided it was a political faction to be opposed. A reverend, with a waist like a peace bond, spoke charmingly of heaven's scales, and implied that God, having an arithmetic unknown to the rabble, would balance what philanthropy could not be troubled to weigh. Then, Lady Eveline Harrow. She rose without haste and without the blush the audience had hoped for. Her gown was simple, darker than fashion encouraged, and cut like a verdict. She had not brought notes. The room quieted with that particular degree of attention which intends to applaud if instructed. "I have been asked," Eveline began, "to speak upon the subject of charity. I find I am unqualified. I have given very little away. What I have done, principally, is watch." Her voice neither trembled nor declared itself sturdy. It simply went out into the air and took its place like a citizen. "I have watched a man count another's breaths as if they were coins he had been lent and must repay with interest. I have watched a woman discover that her face, once bound, could return home and be greeted with a hand that did not strike. I have watched a child fall asleep because someone told her pain she would be seen, even while it was busy being pain. I have also watched gentlemen write rules which make such watching illegal, and ladies so flannel with admirable sincerity, while forbidding their daughters to learn the names of the poor, lest the alphabet betray them into action." Lady Anstruther became very still. Nothing so silences a roomful of aristocrats as the impression that it has been misnamed. "I do not ask for your money," Eveline continued, and a dozen purses clenched from habit rather than relief, not because coin is not needed, but because coin must be the answer to a question honestly put, not a talisman against discomfort. The Crimson Room in Weaver's Lane exists to answer such questions. It is not a stage for the heroism of those with leisure. If you wish to join us, bring your names. We will write them beside others in a ledger and allow the book to ask new things of you that no theater can. If you wish to make speeches about it afterward, do. We have no time to. That is quite enough," Lady Anstruther cut in with a camaraderie sharpened to slice, rising with the quickness of a cat whose tail has been stepped upon. "How vivid, to be sure! We are so much obliged. Do, Lady Eveline, remain. We shall take up a collection for lamp oil and ribbons. Such dear little tokens." "The ribbons are not tokens," Eveline said, very gentle now. "They are passports. The wearers have crossed a border, and the color is our stamp upon their flesh to declare them citizens of a country that will not forget them." A hush fell that had nothing of politeness in it. It was, for a beat, the hush of recognition. Those who live unabashed by violence know its various dialects. In this silence, the drawing-room discovered for an instant the grammar of sincerity, and found, to its surprise, it could pronounce it without tripping. Lord Cunningham, who had occupied a chair and stroked it as if it were a compliant hound, stood. "A stirring advertisement," he observed. "Alas, philanthropy is a poor commodity when it attempts to compete with the theater. We are entertained, Lady Eveline. I congratulate you on having found a cure for boredom." Damien turned, and though his voice did not rise, men nearer the fire stopped pretending to warm themselves and began to listen. "Boredom," he said, "is the luxury of those who have never bled from the mouth." Cunningham's eyes narrowed. "Dr. Crowhurst, is it not? I admire your nerve." "You admire your reflection," Damien answered, not without pity. "My nerve is only visible to those who step nearer their own limits than their tailors." Laughter true, quick, relieved broke. Even Lord Harrow allowed one corner of his mouth the liberty of relief. Lady Anstruther clapped her hands with a trill, as if she had planned this very repartee for her guest's benefit. Oh, delicious! We must have more. Mr. Fisk of the board is expected any moment to address us on the moral necessities of inspection. Where is Mr. Fisk? We shall pose these excitements for him to domesticate. At that instant the door opened, and domestication entered, hat in hand. Mr. Fisk bowed with a moderation that forgave the room for having expected him sooner. He crossed the floor with that neat possession of space by which clerks appear to control more acreage than they could ever afford, and nodded first to Lady Anstruther, then significantly to Lord Harrow. My lady, my lord, the board is honored. The board, Damien murmured to Eveline, has come with a leash and would prefer not to be seen wearing it. Mr. Fisk, Lady Anstruther declared, Lady Eveline has given us a right thrilling account of her, what shall we call it, adventure. Do put us at our ease. Tell us the city is safe in your hands. The city, Fisk said, with a little incline that trusted the room to supply an approving rattle, is safe in its own hands when those hands are supervised. We admire zeal, we abhor disorder, we license the drains. He looked directly at Eveline. We do not license heart, because you cannot measure it, she said, because it cannot be taxed. He returned so quickly, one suspected he had long ago prepared the line in the privacy of his own superiority. There followed a brief catechism dressed as conversation. Fisk made points that wore uniforms. Eveline answered with particulars that refused to salute. Damien spoke only when an assertion had injured a fact. He stitched the wound and moved back into quiet. Lord Cunningham lounged like a portrait of leisure, having its canvas relined. Lady Anstruther shone and poured tea as if verity could be flavored into compliance with bergamot. When it ended, those present had performed good behavior to a degree which permitted each to write to their friends the next day, declaring themselves useful to the age. This is the most charity many can afford. Eveline left with Damien and Lord Harrow by the side door, not in retreat but in prudence. One should never present one's victory to one's enemies as a dessert. Penry, Lord Harrow said to a shadow that detached itself from the street and became a man, do not print her sentence about passports. Mr. Penry scratched his temple. My lord, it was the only sentence that deserved to live, he protested. Precisely, Lord Harrow said. You will let it draw breath in people's minds, not on your pages. They will own it more if they think they coined it. You have taught me theft, the reporter sighed, delighted. The next days pulled tight. The board's victory tasted of paper, the Crimson Room's license of metal. An inspector called twice and counted the jars as if jars might connive at sedition. He found nothing but thread and boiled water. We prefer gas, he remarked. We prefer light, Damien said. Fisk sent a note, smooth as the inside of a shell. The board observes with anxiety the number of bodies at your door. It bespeaks deficiency of drainage and promises riot. Please reduce attendance. Eveline took up the pen and replied on the back of his card, using a pencil that did not permit flourish. We have attempted to reduce pain. Attendance persists. Are we to ask the afflicted to queue elsewhere? Kindly provide the address of a sorrowless street. She sent the note by a child, who returned with a grin and a sweet the board had offered as a bribe and a benediction. The child shared it in 3 equal parts among Eveline, Clara, and Damien, which is arithmetic sounder than parliaments. In the midst of this the ledger swelled. Names multiplied until the page seemed a choir. Eveline wrote them in the evenings by lamplight, sometimes at the manor, sometimes at a small table under the weaver's window, so that, when she raised her eyes, She might see not her father's portraits, but the honest indifference of roofs. Damien's hand could be found in the margins, adding notes like a field sergeant. Return Friday, watch, cough, husband improving. Send bread via Mrs. Enders if she will give us credit and 2 scoldings. Clara left small crosses beside the names of those upon whom she had wasted no time pretending broth into pheasant. It was in the ledger, on a Wednesday when the city's factories seemed to pump their smoke deliberately toward Spitalfields, that the next trouble announced itself. A cluster of names from the same street entered in a short compass of hours, with the same symptom underlined by Damien's insistence. Fever, rash beginning at hairline, eyes light shy. Mother says, the red god has come to sup. He wrote the word smallpox and put a line through it as if to cancel it by ink. He did not succeed. Say it, Evelyn whispered. He said it. The word filled the room like a man one does not intend to invite and must seat anyway, so as not to cause a scene in the hall. What shall we do? She asked. We shall do what we have done, he answered, but more slowly, more cleanly, more unafraid. We will separate. We will boil. We will send those we can to the hospital, and those we cannot to a room whose window faces the sky, and whose door faces courage. Vaccination, she said, thinking of the files she had watched a doctor handle once, as if they were relics and snakes in equal proportion. Bart's has it, in dribbles, he replied. Fisk will suddenly approve of us if we ask for it on condition we ask him in public. Then we shall, she said, and turned to the ledger to write a new heading, not in pride, but because the book must be kept. The Red God's list. News rides swifter than plague, because gossip preys upon fear, while fever preys upon flesh. Within hours there were 2 crowds, one at the Crimson Room's door, seeking binding, and one in the lane, seeking blame. Some blamed the weavers who had returned from the country, some blamed the foreigner, some blamed the board which had the virtue of not weeping when blamed. A man in a hat that declared independence of washing shouted that vaccination was an invention to thin the people so that the rich might ride faster to their pleasures. A woman declared that a cow had been seen in a boy's dreams after he received the needle, and that this was a sign against which Scripture had already spoken. These arguments possess a logic as powerful, in their fashion, as any parliaments. They do not vanish when reason bids them, for they are not made of reason. Damien moved in the crowd as a man moves in surf steady, assessing, spending himself without fear of drowning, because he has long ago made his peace with water. Eveline spoke to women in a register that permitted no reply but consent. Clara stationed herself at the door with a basin and a doctrine. Wash, and afterward argue. Many chose to argue with their sleeves rolled. At noon, they carried their plea to Worship Street. Sir Jasper, restored to health by a physician who knew how to prescribe regret to his patients, listened with an impatience he tried to make look like concern. Vaccination, he said, is a matter the board must. The board, Eveline interrupted, smiling not with insolence, but with the sort of courtesy that refuses to permit folly to excuse itself as law, is welcome to join us in the lane where the Red God already dines. Tell them to bring their pens. They may stab the air as much as they like. Lady Eveline, Sir Jasper said, and something like admiration fell into his tone like a coin from a gentleman's glove. If I were a braver man, I should marry you. He desnode, you are a married man, she returned. That is the part I should need to alter. He sighed and signed an order that permitted Damien to collect vials on the board's behalf as if he were a messenger rather than a general. "Go," he said, "and if any constable tries to stop you, tell him I am practicing compassion and require a case to improve upon." Damien left at once for Bart's. He returned with a wooden case that weighed far less than the lives inside it, and took up his station at the window, sleeves rolled, mouth stern. Children cried, men blasphemed, women shook and did not move. Eveline held hands. Clara, biting her own lip, held small faces as if they were chalices. The needle went in. The drops became a covenant. A ribbon tied afterward scarlet, carmine, cardinal, to declare that this wrist had taken fear into itself and had survived it. Fisk appeared at dusk, hat rhymed with usefulness. "Doctor," he said curtly, "the board acknowledges your exertions. You shall have more." He looked at Eveline, measuring for the first time, something not captured by his instruments. "You will do as you have begun, but with fewer remarks." "I shall do as I must," she said, and tied another ribbon. "Plague, like grief, goes by nights as much as by days." They worked through both. Damien took his rest upon the cot, with his head fallen to one side, like a man who has let go of a weight he does not intend to reclaim in this life. Eveline dozed upon a chair and woke at the first cough to become a pair of hands again. Clara wept once, quietly, not for sorrow but to cool her eyes, and then resumed her scolding of pans. The ledger acquired a new column. V. Mr. Penry stood at the door only long enough to see the needle enter his own arm. "I once swore to print merely words," he announced, paling, "but I sincerely hope to be forgiven for this punctuation. Nos teams sate." On the third night, when the fever had shown its first slackening, a messenger found them with a note he had been paid to deliver regardless of plague or parliament. The seal bore the Harrow raven. The paper, Lord Harrow's restraint. "Eveline," it read, "I am seized of a pain in the chest which resists the attentions of Mr. Pembroke's apothecary, whose opinions incline toward my swift demise if I do not submit to leeches. Come, if you would be kind. Bring Crowhurst, if you would be insubordinate. P.H." She looked at Damien. He looked at her. Neither admitted fear because fear had been busy at other addresses, and their doors had been too occupied to invite it in. "Go," Damien said. "Clara and I will hold the lane." "I will send for you if he grows worse," she replied. "You will send for me if he breathes," he answered. "I prefer to be present regardless of drama." She put on her cloak and felt the weight of the ledger's corner pressing her hip through the pocket, as if the book had decided to accompany her as a talisman. Harrow Manor, at midnight, carried itself with the dignity of a ship in a storm whose captain has realized he cannot command the sea and has therefore decided to command his face. Hargreaves met her at the door as one meets weather gravely, with a candlestick. In the room beyond the study, Lord Harrow lay propped, the color of paper upon which a printer has changed his mind too often. Mrs. Enders hovered with a basin and a suspicion of tears, which she declined to legitimize. Mr. Pembroke stood with a bottle, looking like a man who has purchased a poor horse and refuses to admit he has been cheated. "My dear," Lord Harrow said, as if addressing the ceiling for form's sake, "your father is a fool." He attempted to lift the world with a pair of tongs in the servants' hall and found the world heavier than advertised. "Men have been corrected for less," Eveline said, moving to him with that precise economy illness requires of love. She touched his wrist. The pulse answered like a messenger with muddy boots. I have brought shame and the unlicensed. Shall we begin with the latter? Shame, Lord Harrow murmured, and managed to smile, has been bred in this house for generations. It is as tame as a sofa. The unlicensed is a novelty. Admit him. Clara, who had accompanied Eveline silently because she mistrusted grand houses when they required courage from the small, opened the door upon Damien. He entered like a sentence one writes when one has run out of euphemisms. Sir, he said, and bowed, and then put his hand very gently upon Lord Harrow's chest, not as upon a lordship but upon a bellows. He listened as if for the enemy's drum. He smelled breath as if reading the telegram. He tapped the ribs as if testing a joist. Pneumonia, he said at last, and looked not at Mr. Pembroke's files, but at the small, ordinary fire. We must persuade the room to be kinder. What is required? Eveline asked. And even Mr. Pembroke, chastened by anatomy's indifference to litigation, deferred. Steam, Damien replied. Blankets, patience. I will not bleed him. I will not leech him. I will give him laudanum enough to cheat pain of one trick, and tincture of squill enough to cheat phlegm of one more. And I will sit with him until he remembers that breathing is a habit he once enjoyed, but is asthma. You will remain in my house, Lord Harrow said, his voice a ghost with a sword, and we shall add this to the list of indecencies for which the newspapers will forgive me later. They did as Damien ordered. Clara bullied kettles upon the grate. Mrs. Enders brought blankets with the dear, fierce contempt of a woman who has kept men alive by keeping linen hot more times than men have been willing to admit. Eveline Saturday. Time, which in the Crimson Room had learned to be elastic, here remembered its old stiff manners. Each quarter hour spread itself out as if it had purchased a new waistcoat. Lord Harrow coughed a sound, shocking to a house accustomed to his life's quietness, and Damien counted the coughs as if rehearsing a sermon he intended to deliver to lungs. At a certain hour, when the city's bells fall quiet and dogs begin to remark upon distant facts, Lord Harrow closed his eyes and said, not to the room, not to medical grammar, but to his daughter, "You have done something my education neglected to suggest, Eveline." "Yes, father, you have chosen a worthy enemy." "Who is that?" she whispered. "My pride," he answered, and drifted away into a doze that had no talent for rest, but pretended well enough to serve. At dawn the crisis broke and passed by without taking what it had come for. Damien let out a long breath and did not call it prayer. Eveline looked at her father and could not for a moment remember the shape of their quarrels, only the boy she had been who had once boasted to him that she could climb the cherry tree and had broken her wrist to prove it. He had scolded her then for being foolish and had gone out in the night to fetch the apothecary. She had seen him in the yard with his head against the wall. The memory arrived and sat quietly upon the chair of her throat. "Thank you," Lord Harrow said, eyes still closed. "To whom?" Damien asked softly. "To my daughter," he said, "and to the unlicensed. If the board desires, it may license my lungs now. I will sign anything." Damien smiled without triumph. Rest. He left the room, and Eveline followed. In the corridor, Lord Harrow's night made of her shame a thing almost beautiful. She leaned against the paneling and pressed her hands to her face. Suddenly only a woman who had nearly been bereaved of the man to whom she owed her quarrel and her life. He took one step, then another, and did not touch her. He stood near enough to be counted a presence by her heart. "You have not slept," she said at last, lowering her hands. "Neither has the city," he replied. She looked up at him. He looked down. The air between them became the finest glass, then fogged, then clarified again. One word hovered and did not fall. She did not reach for it, neither did he. "Come," she said instead. "We must return. The Red God counts our absence as a victory." They went back to Weaver's Lane. Day had tilted itself toward the roofs in a tired, golden kindness. The crowd had thinned, but did not pretend to have vanished. A woman, seeing Eveline, raised an arm wrapped in ribbon and sent up a cheer that was not exactly happy and not at all polite, and therefore very nearly holy. Damien went to the window and set his case upon the sill like a chalice. Eveline took up the ledger and wrote, under names a fresh line, "Percival Harrow pneumonia stayed witnessed steam. Laudanum, patience, returned to duty with a less fashionable pride." "You cannot put your father in the book," Clara protested, scandalized and thrilled. "I can," Eveline said. "He is a citizen now." They worked to the evening, and when the evening decided to continue as night, they worked through that too. At last, when even London was willing to yawn, they drew the blind and sat with their backs to the counter. Clara slept with her mouth open, and her hands folded as if in devotions that had overgrown their gardener. The kettle purred its old cat music. Damien leaned his head against the wall. "Names," he said into the quiet. "They are heavier than wounds." "They are also lighter," Eveline answered, "for they can be carried between two people with less pain than between one." He turned his head. The lamplight found his eyes and made them into a history she did not presume to annotate. "Eveline," he said, and her name in his mouth was a truth that required no court, "I will not apologize for what I am about to say. When the board grows tired, and it will, tyrannies fatigue themselves. And when your father decides to forgive what cannot be reversed, and he will, love remembers its habit. I should like to ask you to choose a life that is not permitted." She did not speak. The room, politely, did not creak. Outside, a cart went by, with the hush that old wheels acquire when they know their way home in the dark. He went on, because he was not a coward, and because dawns require someone to declare them begun. Not a life without honor. I should not presume to seduce you into chaos, but a life that will not be catalogued by those who have learned to catalogue women until they disappear into the index. A life in which rooms such as this are multiplied, in which we permit ourselves happiness not as prize but as fuel. You will say, I am a radical. I will not deny it. Only I did not know before London that my radicalism had a face. He ate. She turned to him then, and the smile that arrived was not a consent but a recognition of himself, of herself, of a story whose author had not yet learned it could be written. Damien, she said, and his name in her mouth was a kind of vow. I will not be bought, not by pity, not by fear, not by law. But if ever I am to be persuaded, it will be by work. Let us build the argument. He bowed his head, and this, at last, was prayer. Then we are agreed, he whispered. The case must be made. She stood and reached to straighten the crimson square above the cot. Her fingers lingered upon the fabric that had learned to bear a color like an oath. The ledger lay open, a country awaiting new citizens. She dipped the pen. Outside, the bells began to tell the hour, the city's secular rosary, counted faithfully even by men who did not believe. The sound entered the room and took its place among the chairs. Eveline wrote the next name. The chapter, which had begun with inscription, ended likewise, for histories worth keeping are written twice, once upon the body, once upon the page. And love, which in that hour did not yet confess itself, found that it had already taken a room, and hung its veil upon a nail where any inspector might see it and mistake it for a curtain. Chapter 6. The Night of the Veil. It is a defect of history that it writes in days what life must shoulder by nights. The city, which parades its virtues beneath skies fit for engraving, keeps its actual bargains with breath after the lamps are lit. In Weaver's Lane, the Crimson Room's day ended when the last ribbon was tied and the ledger closed upon names like pressed flowers. Its night began when the timid came those who could not afford to be seen needing courage, and the desperate whose needs had no timepiece but pain. Eveline had taken to wearing, not as ornament but as habit, the narrow band of crimson at her wrist. It made small children smile and certain men thoughtful. On a Monday evening that had borrowed a taste of spring to disguise the cold still ruling the wind, she stood at the counter and measured thread, while Clara bullied a fire into admitting it could be generous. Damien, sleeves rolled, was teaching a boy to breathe past his fear. Outside, a knife grinder sang a tune that had learned to hold itself together on less than bread. Mr. Penry put his head round the door with the modesty of a man who knows that news is a sacrament and prefers to genuflect before distributing it. "I have come," he announced, "with 2 items and only 1 pocket. Choose the one it shall deliver first, hope or mischief." "Mischief," Damien said, without looking up. "Hope tastes sweeter when taken last." Penry stepped inside, set his hat upon the counter. Clara removed it immediately to a peg, murmuring about dust, and produced a square of card whose edges betrayed expensive paper. "From Lady Anstruther," he said, "who has lately discovered that opinions can be worn as gowns if one selects the ribbon aright. A ball, my dear's a masquerade for the salvation of the city's health." He rolled the capitals with the affection of a man who collects them. 1,000 tickets, 1,000 masks. Mr. Fiske promises a speech from behind something Venetian. Even Lord Cunningham is rumored to have ordered a domino that flatters his idea of righteousness. Proceeds to the board's funds for new inspectors. He coughed. "One cannot improve the world without first improving its furniture." Eveline smiled, but thinly. Masquerades are honest, at least in admitting themselves false. "And the hope?" Damien asked, tying off the boy's bandage with a knot modest enough for a widow. Penry's face softened. He lowered his voice, though no enemy but habit was listening. "Sir Jasper sent word through a clerk who despises me exactly as much as he ought. The Worship Street Court has discovered a lost statute mislaid behind some safer notion that a licensed room staffed by a licensed apothecary may perform certain procedures. Hitherto denied it provided a physician is present. He suggests, without admitting to it, that if Mr. Crowhurst were to present his credentials to a friendly apothecary in Spitalfields, an arrangement might be discovered by which the Crimson Room is no longer obliged to choose between obedience and usefulness." Damien's brow lifted. "A friendly apothecary. Mr. Cribb at Bishopsgate," Penry said. "He sells powders that taste better than they should, and has been known to mislay orders when sorrow comes to fetch something stronger than flavor." "Give him my card," Damien said. "Tell him we possess no purse but the poor. He may refuse us politely. It will be an improvement upon the board." And a dance. Penry bowed, retrieved his hat from the place Clara had judged proper, and departed with the flourish of a man who appreciates his own timing. The room exhaled. "They will dance," Clara muttered, returning to the hearth. "They will dress sin in silk and call it virtue's sister." "Let them," Eveline said. If they dance, they will not be inspecting. Do not trust indifference, Damien replied. It inspects when pleasure sleeps. He had just finished scrubbing his hands when the door suffered a hurried knock that told more than words could have printed. Panic, decency, and a desperation that had remembered to wipe its feet before entering. The door opened upon a man with the look of one who has learned to be invisible to avoid regret. Behind him, half carried, half persuaded, a young woman hung forward over a belly vast with labor. Her hair, damp, clung to her temples like reluctant seaweed. Her eyes were already elsewhere, in that short country where women negotiate with their own deaths and return with a child as passport. Please, said the man, and his voice did not so much break as confess. The midwife is 2 streets gone. Me Nan says the head sits wrong. She coughs blood when she tries. They said the hospital, but the streets there's arguing in 'em, shouting about the red god and cows and devil take them all. They won't let a cart pass. Damien was already at the woman's side, arms secure upon her elbow, voice even as coin. Name? Kitty? She whispered. Kitty Moss. How many children? Eveline asked, opening the door fully and drawing the girl across the threshold with a steadiness Kitty borrowed. First, she said, and bit her lip to keep the word from making her a child again. They laid her on the cot. The crimson square above it flamed like a warning and, to Eveline's eye, like a blessing. Clara set water to boil and tied her apron tighter as if virtue might be improved by a better knot. Damien's hands, quick but not rushed, took the small case from the shelf where instruments lay folded in linen like the consciences of men who were not yet in need of them. What assistance do you need? Eveline asked. Truth, he said, without looking up. Which is that the head lies high and a hand must turn what fear would leave crooked. We are beyond our license, Lady Eveline. We were beyond it when we opened the door, she said. But tell me what to place where your hand cannot reach. He glanced at her only once. This is the trust that work forges faster than love. Boil the forceps, lay out towels. When she pushes, press here. Speak to her in that voice you keep for frightened rooms, and if the door knocks, do not open it. The man, Kitty's husband, or enough of one to bear the name, hovered at the edge of the cot with fists bereft of cleverness. Can I? You can kneel, Clara said, not unkindly, and hold your own breath for her, so she may have it when she cannot fetch more. He obeyed, gratefully, as men do who have been told the one brave thing they are qualified to attempt. The labor set in with that terrifying swiftness which is nature's apology for terror. Kitty moaned. The sound had the shape of all moans, which is to say a line that would not be straightened. Eveline stroked her hair, spoke into her ear, counted for her when numbers abandoned their respect for order. Damien worked with the assurance of one who has learned to suspend his imagination at will, leaving only skill and something more ineffable mercy as technique. Good, he said. Good, Kitty. Be unafraid. Be furious. Turn. A beat passed then, in which the room forgot all words. Out in the lane a quarrel rose and broke like a glass vaccine. Board, cow, devil, God, all the old nouns biting each other's tails. Within, the kettle rattled like a soldier's teeth. Eveline's hand pressed where he indicated, and she felt through bone, and will the minute yielding that might be grace, or might be anatomy, and is usually both. Now, he said. She pushed with her. Kitty cried out, not in submission but in combat. And then the miracle that, when it becomes ordinary, renders the world a blasphemy. An infant slid into Damien's hands, blue, silent, furious at every previous universe to which it would decline all future invitations. "Breathe," Damien said to the child, fencing gently with tiny ribs, "and make it ungentle." The child did, with such conviction that the lane's argument paused to discover its topic had altered. Kitty fell back with a sob that was not resignation but the opposite. Eveline laughed a small sound that had not visited her throat since childhood. Clara crossed herself with the pan ladle. "Girl," Damien announced. "Stubborn, entire, and acquainted with rage." The husband Tom, he said he was. Tom Moss, with a stiffness like a badge, covered his face with both hands and cried as if years of injustice had waited for this pretext to become not shameful. Eveline wrapped the child, placed her upon the mother's chest, and only then discovered that her own hands were shaking. She permitted it. Afterwards, she went to the basin, washed, and looked up. In the glass of the window she saw herself a woman paler than fashion and occupied by something no board could license. "Clara," she said softly, "the broth." Clara moved to obey, which is to say to command broth, to remember it was born to be more. The knock came then. It was not a knock. It was a fist with paperwork. It struck the door with the confidence of inspection and the concealed apology of a man who has left his conscience at home in order not to delay his orders. The handle turned. The latch held. A voice spoke, smoothed by authority until it was polite enough to hurt. "Open, in the board's name." Damien glanced at Eveline. He did not need to ask his question aloud. She shook her head minutely. "Not yet," she whispered. "Kitty needs a minute without strangers." The handle ceased its pretense and began to behave like a lever. The door juddered against the hook. Clara looked at Eveline, eyes ablaze with a faith that preferred kettles as weapons to arguments as toys. Tom Moss stood, squared his shoulders, and set his back to the wood. Mr. Fisk's voice slipped through the crack with all the civilities of a blade wrapped in velvet. "We have received a report," he announced, "that surgical operations beyond dressing are being performed upon unlicensed premises. The board desires to reassure itself that all procedures observed are within the limits of Christian discretion." "Christian discretion," Clara muttered, "has strangled more babies than any thread." Eveline moved to the door and placed her lips close to the grain. "Mr. Fisk," she said, very quietly, "you may reassure yourself at 12 o'clock tomorrow, when Kitty Moss has forgotten that death was in attendance and has begun to remember breakfast. Tonight you may wait." "Lady Harrow," he returned, "it is the habit of aldermen to be obeyed. It is the habit of labor to be protected," she answered. There was a pause long enough to register the efficiency of her insolence. When Fisk spoke again, it was to the unseen company outside, not to her. "Sergeant," a new voice obeyed with the dull brightness of metal. "Sir, you will open this door in such a manner as to preserve the dignity of the board." The hook groaned. Tom Moss braced. Eveline imagined in so brief a flicker she would later deny it, the cot overturning, the baby blue again with fright, Kitty's cry thwarted, the ledger's page smudged with fingerprints that were not vows. Her stomach went cold. She lifted her chin. "Wait," Damien said, his hand on her sleeve, only that. He did not claim her arm. "I will open," and he went to the door, asked Tom to stand aside by the span of a breath, and lifted the hook. The door sprang, and with it half the lane. Helmets, hats, Fisk's composed face, a rail of neighbors pressing to discover whether virtue could indeed survive board weather. Damien did not step back. The first constable, failing to find elbow room sufficient, mislaid his dignity upon the threshold, and grunted a curse he tried too late to upgrade into a cough. Fisk entered, hat in hand. He bowed to the room with an exactitude that made apology impossible. "How charming," he said, as one might say, "how improper." "We arrive at a christening." Damien inclined his head toward the cot. "You arrive at a miracle you did not schedule. If you wish to proceed with niceties, dab your pen in wonder." Fisk's gaze slid to the counter where the linen lay, to the basin steaming upon the hearth, to Kitty White, spent, triumphant, and to the small new person who was neither board nor citizen, and therefore immune to policy. He did not look at Eveline. This was his courtesy and his contempt. "You were advised," he said to Damien, "that the board tolerates dressings and detests pretensions." "Then the board should not be invited to births," Damien replied. "They insist upon calling the head's position a party." Fisk's mouth curled. "So, the rumor is not calumny. You took upon yourself a surgeon's work." "I took upon myself a man's work," Damien said. "The title was busy." "Name of the woman?" Fisk asked, as if an entry in a ledger could be bribed into translating blood to ink. "Kitty Moss," Eveline said, stepping forward, "of Shadwell Court, married to Tom, employed at Mitchell's mending shirts no one is gentle with, friends with Mrs. Ender's niece. Welcome tonight, not by death." Tom's chest swelled. Kitty's eyes brimmed. Fisk blinked, as men do when detail unexpectedly asserts itself as law. His quill hovered. He looked from mother to midwife to man. At last, with a sigh that pretended to be a doctrine, he spoke. "The board," he said, "requires the room to be closed forthwith, pending adjudication." "No," Eveline said. "No," echoed Clara, with the comfortable confidence of one whose vocabularies seldom extend to alternatives. Fisk fixed Eveline with the expression of a gentleman correcting a recalcitrant violin. "You cannot refuse the board." "I do not refuse," she returned. "I disobey. The door may be shut when the last basin has cooled, and not before. Until then, we are public property. The board may stand and witness usefulness like any citizen." Fisk made a small gesture. The sergeant shifted his bulk, uncertain. The lane watched. Silence lay upon the room with that awful expectancy by which crowds devour any man's dignity if he is rash enough to bring it among them. It was then that Tom Moss did a thing which, in any other story, would not be written because it is common. He took the ribbon from his wife's wrist. Eveline had tied it without thinking and lifted it high. His voice, ordinary, honest, broke against the board like a wave too humble to bother with spray. "My child was born," he said, "because this room forgot to ask permission. If ye shut it, ye'll not answer to the board. Ye'll answer to my girl when she's old enough to ask what cowards did when her mam were dying. And I swear by the blood she spilled that if ye shut it tonight, I'll tell her your name so she can write 'em on a wall and spit." The crowd, which had been rehearsing its scorn, changed key. A cheer, not polite, went up. It frightened Fisk in the manner of weather. He took one step back, which is a larger retreat than any paragraph can admit. He bowed to Kitty, an inadvertent knighthood, and to the baby, which slept on, unimpressed by civil service. "Very well," he said. "We shall not close a door over a child's head. We shall return at 9 tomorrow." He looked now at Eveline. "You will present your book." "Our book," she corrected, "for the names in it are citizens, and I am merely the clerk." He inclined his head, displeasure as controlled as sugar in tea. 9. They withdrew. The lane rolled with talk. Order discovered it could postpone itself without collapsing. Damien closed the door and set the hook. Tom sank onto a stool and laughed his remaining courage out. Kitty cried short, quiet tears that lacked theater. Clara found bread and cut it with the ruthless sentiment of a woman who refuses to watch anyone be faint when chewing is possible. Eveline stood very still. The room, relieved of audience, remembered to breathe. Her eyes traveled to the crimson square, and something in her long rehearsed to be brave by daylight and obedient by night suddenly refused any more rehearsals. She went to the shelf where Mrs. Enders had smuggled a box earlier that day, the gift of some cousin with a milliner's extravagance, and lifted out a veil of fine crimson silk, far richer than the square above the bed. Absurd! In a room that smelled of carbolic. It trembled in her hands when she held it up. It looked like liquid law. "What's that, then?" Clara asked, fascinated and alarmed. "A mask," Eveline said. She tied it under her bonnet and watched the world alter beneath its hue. "If I am to be accused of theatrics, I choose the play." She turned to Damien. He had watched her in silence, not to forbid, not entirely to approve. His eyes were dark with the fatigue that makes men honest. "You intend to attend Lady Anstruther's masquerade," he said quietly, "dressed as the very thing they mock. I intend to stand beneath their chandeliers and let them practice their generosity upon a shape they cannot name unless they use my name," she replied. "If they desire to raise funds for inspectors, let them look at one of the inspected." He did not smile. He stepped nearer. "The city is full of men who imagine the dark makes the touching of veils a matter of wit. If you go, I will go with a purpose," she said, and her voice, beneath the veil, was steady as a ledger line. "And with a chaperone who has no patience for wits." His mouth softened. "Clara?" "Clara, guard souls," Eveline said. "I require an assassin." "I am cheaper," he answered, almost smiling now, and reached to adjust the knot at her ear with the care one reserves for a ribbon upon a child. His fingers did not graze her skin, his breath did. It made of the air between them a narrow, living corridor. "Do not turn your head when men flatter. Do not lower your eyes when they guess. And if I say the word window, you will leave by one." "What is the word for staying?" she asked. He lifted his brow. "Stubbornness. It is a good English noun." Clara cleared her throat like a church bell discovering its vocation. "If you're going," she said, "go now, while Kitty sleeps. I'll sit and box the ears of any inspector that returns before 9 with a pen instead of a conscience." Eveline kissed Kitty's temple, pressed her palm one moment to the baby's back as if sealing a document with warm wax, and took up her cloak. Damien gathered hat and stick. They stepped into the lane, which applauded without knowing why, and into a night that had mislaid its scruples among the better addresses. Lady Anstruther's house glowed like a syllabus on how to be forgiven. Masked figures drifted like scented arguments. Laughter spilled politely. Champagne practiced being silvery. A band dispensed airs that had learned their manners on the continent and been improved by travel. At the door, a footman took Eveline's cloak and did not flinch at crimson. Fashion has a fondness for sin, if it is well dyed. She entered, and the room turned. It did not know it turned. It merely altered its attention by degrees, discovering suddenly that it had been hungry for scandal disguised as piety. Lord Cunningham, black and white as an opinion, materialized as if the carpet had conjured him. His mask showed a mouth that had been taught to smile at the end of sentences, never at their beginnings. "An angel in martyr's lace," he murmured, bowing. "Or a martyr in angels." "A citizen in thread," she returned. "Ah," he said, amused. "Cleverness makes the best silk. Dance?" Damien was at her shoulder, what the chaperones of earlier epochs would have called in attendance, and later ones improper. He did not remove his mask, a simple thing, black, unadorned, poor because he had not troubled to bring one. He permitted Lord Cunningham to perceive him and then refused to disappear. Cunningham's smile deepened without warmth. "Doctor," he said, "how pleasant to see you at leisure." "Is that?" "I collect my leisure in half-minutes," Damien replied. "It stores badly." "Allow me," Cunningham said, and, without waiting for Eveline's answer, took her hand. He did it exquisitely. He had practiced. She consented not to the presumption, but to the experiment, for she had not put on the veil to refuse the world its chance to show itself. They entered the dance. Music overcame civility, as it always does when wrists are employed. Bodies acknowledged one another, as opinions seldom do. Cunningham was a perfect partner and an unreliable man. His hand at her back asked her to be beautiful and useful to his idea of himself. It did not ask whether she wished to go home. Eveline kept her step, lifted her chin, and discovered she could move without apology through a room that had always demanded it. She found Damien's gaze beyond the shoulders of other men. It did not instruct. It beckoned. It said, "Work, be unafraid, I remain." Between figures, voices wrapped themselves about ears like ribbons. Is it she? Who else wears a charity like a jewel? Fisk promised to unmask her with a sermon. "Look, Lord Harrow. No, the Raven's daughter is above this." Mr. Fisk, indeed, had taken up position near a palm and looked at her as one looks at a ledger one knows will show an inconvenient profit. Lady Anstruther glittered from a dais like a queen of kindness with poor eyesight. Lord Harrow stood at the edge of the room, acceptably bored, his presence a sword in a scabbard whose seam had begun to split with use. When the dance required hands to change, Eveline found her fingers briefly in Fisk's grasp. He bowed, and his bow grazed contempt like a coat sleeve. "Lady Harrow," he murmured, so low only she and her pulse heard him, "the board commends you for placing yourself in our care tonight. It simplifies procedures." "I am not placed," she said, without dropping her gaze. "I am present." "Presence," he replied, "is a tax we levy to advantage. His made I day self." The figure carried her away. Damien reclaimed her with a pressure that was not possessive but real. "Window," he said, and she nearly laughed, not because she would obey, but because the word had become a signal she desired to hear in any room that presumed to be a prison. Between dances, Lady Anstruther called the company to order with a clap that would have summoned better angels if better angels attended parties. Fisk ascended, sermon at the ready, his mask hung at his wrist like scruple. He spoke well. Men who do harm for a living often do. He praised discipline, disparaged zeal, thanked titled assistants, and invoked drains as if they were sacraments. When he finished, there was clapping like rain upon a marquee. Lady Anstruther lifted her hands for hush. "And now," she cried, radiant as the reflection of a cathedral in a shop window, "a surprise. The board has discovered among the poor a poet. He is to recite in gratitude for our attendance." Eveline started. Damien did not. "Penry," he breathed, "has stolen the program." From the side of the room, Mr. Penry himself, in borrowed mask and the air of a footman who has chosen mutiny, stepped forward, coughed, and bowed with the practiced impertinence of a man whose one virtue is timing. "Ladies and gentlemen," he said, "I am no poet, I am a printer, but I have brought a voice. If you will forgive the means, you may value the end." He gestured to the back. From the corridor, pale, straight, ribbon at her wrist like a red vote, came Kitty Moss. She walked with care and with the courage of women who have negotiated with death and saved the receipt. The room gasped in a key that wealth affects when naked truth arrives improperly dressed. Kitty reached the dais. Penry gave her the place Lady Anstruther had reserved for a famous soprano. Kitty did not curtsy. She looked out at faces that had never bargained for bread, and spoke in a voice that had discovered itself only last night. "My name is Kitty," she said. "I bore a child because a room opened when a door was shut. If ye give money, give it to rooms that open. If ye keep rules, keep the ones that open doors. If ye plan to speak for us, think first what ye've swallowed, so that ye may speak without choking. Silence a real one. The kind women give difficult labors, and men grant duels fell." In that hush, a child cried somewhere in the mews, and the sound passed into the hall like a truth dressed in its own noise. Lord Cunningham recovered first, for privilege detests being made to wait for its own excuses. He began to clap, slow, sardonic. It spread, it did not catch. Eveline removed her veil. It fell into her hand with the soft treachery of silk. She lifted it as one lifts an argument and tied it, very quickly, at Kitty's wrist over the ribbon already there. "Citizen," she said, simply, for no one in the room could hear the words she actually spoke, which were, "I am with you." Lord Harrow, at the wall, looked down and smiled without knowing it. Then Fisk moved, anger at last properly dressed. "Enough," he said. "Enough theater. The board is not amused." "Nor was Kitty," Eveline replied. "Until tonight. You have made her a queen." He turned to the company, recovered his smoothness, and inclined with false humility. "The board has permit to remove by warrant any person who disrupts its sanctioned assembly." "Window," Damien murmured. "Stubbornness," she answered. "Then the board will revoke what it has unwillingly granted," Fisk declared loudly, going where power always goes when argument fails. "The license pro tempore is withdrawn. The Crimson Room is closed." "Not by you," Lord Harrow said, stepping forward at last, his voice like a door that has learned how to open itself. The company, startled to see him admit theatre to be also a court. "Nor by me, nor by any man tonight who has drunk enough wine to believe himself a parliament. If you intend to close it, Fisk, you will do so at Worship Street tomorrow, where men who remember their oaths sit. Until then, dance." It was the kind of sentence only a certain sort of Englishman can deliver and withdraw creditably from, and the room, eager, after virtue, to be entertained, obeyed. Lady Anstruther, with the instinct of a woman saving furniture from a flood, clapped for music. Cunningham smiled, because the moment had become witty again. Kitty, with Penry's help, vanished behind palms and into the protection of a footman whose loyalty had been purchased entirely by surprise. Eveline exhaled. She had not been aware she had been holding breath since birth. Damien leaned close enough to let her hear the small laugh he kept for himself when the world disappoints him by behaving better than expected. "Window," he said, now lightly. "This time we go by it because the stairs will be crowded with flattery." She nodded. They left by a servant's passage that had always known secrets and never betrayed them. In the alley, the night smelled once more of horse and possible rain. He looked at her, the veil back in her hand, the wrist crimson, the eyes alight with exhaustion's second wind, and something in his guard surrendered one room of itself to happiness. "You were reckless," he said. "I was necessary," she answered. "Yes," he said, "and the board was a footman who forgot whose door he opened." They walked, neither taking the other's arm. London, when it consents to chaperone, does so sternly. At Weaver's Lane, Clara had kept vigil with the art of women who have patience for dawn. Kitty was asleep. The child breathed. Tom had discovered the solace of scrubbing a floor that did not require it. Mr. Pembroke's note, slid under the door by some embarrassed errand boy, lay upon the counter. Worship Street, 9. Fisk has lunched on his own importance. Prepare the antidote fax. Eveline picked it up, set it aside, and took the ledger. In its margin she wrote a line she should never have written, and which Mr. Penry, finding later, would quote to himself when no audience could accuse him of poetry. "The crimson veil is not for hiding, it is for binding. We are tied, therefore we do not fall." Damien stood by the window and watched the night decide to keep breathing. When he turned back, the room looked larger for having admitted nothing more than a child and a defiance. He reached for Eveline's ribbon, and for the first time permitted his fingers to touch her wrist, not long, not foolishly, only with the recognition of comrades who have concluded a battle and will begin another at dawn. "Tomorrow," he said. "Tomorrow," she echoed. And outside, somewhere in streets they had not yet earned the right to love, London smiled its old cracked smile, and allowed, very briefly, that one small room had instructed it in how to be beautiful without permission. Chapter 7. Worship Street at 9. Morning hung over London like a book whose pages the reader turned with damp fingers. The city's roofs steamed where frost had decided to forgive them, chimneys spoke their black epistles, and carts rehearsed the old catechism of wheels. Eveline woke with the ache behind the eyes that belongs as much to thought as to fatigue. She had slept upon her pillow as a clerk sleeps upon a ledger briefly, guiltily, and with the conviction that dawn would discover negligence. When she rose, the crimson ribbon upon her wrist had left a faint mark like a signature. She washed, bound her hair, dressed in dark cloth that admired neither fashion nor apology, and went down into a house that breathed more quietly for having seen its master live. Lord Harrow met her at the breakfast table with a color that had begun to remember blood. There was a shawl about his shoulders. Mrs. Enders had put it there without permitting him to discover she had. He regarded his tea as if it had been an argument he intended to win by patience. "You are bound for Worship Street," he said. "I am," she answered. He watched the steam rise and settle like a general counting a small, faithful army. "I shall come after you, like a conscience," he murmured. "Consciences, as a rule, arrive late and are none the worse for it. Mr. Pembroke is already half installed upon the bench in a capacity the acts do not recognize. Sir Jasper, I am told, proposes to be both sick and present." "Penry?" she asked. "Penry," he said with a sigh that confessed to admiration, "has bribed a lamplighter to reserve him a place behind the clerk. He calls it journalism. I call it burglary with annotations. It Panson." He reached and, before she could pretend not to notice, adjusted the glove upon her left hand with a father's extravagant exactness. His fingers paused above the ribbon. "Eveline," he said, not sternly, "you frightened them last night." "Did I?" she asked softly. "Good," he said, and released her. Weaver's Lane had cleaned its face for the hour. The Crimson Room wore the tidiness that rooms don the morning after they have almost been taken away. An order that is both gratitude and defiance. Clara, square as a verdict, set bread and put on tea as if preparing to receive the Queen and Satan in one sitting. Kitty Moss, pale and serenely astonished at the continued existence of the world, slept with her child upon her breast. Tom had placed himself between them and the door in a fealty as old as any knight's. Damien stood at the window, watching London dress itself in purpose. He turned at Eveline's step, and the severity in his eyes that noble hardness work sets upon men, so they shall not break where others require them to bend, softened at once. "You are ready," he said. "As the poor are," she returned. "Always insufficiently and always enough." He smiled for a second. "Sir Jasper sent a note," he added, lifting a scrap of paper that had learned its message by compression. "Bring facts. Leave theater. Teach me my duty." He is an honest man in the most laborious way. He must each day construct his honesty from scratch, like a bridge. "Then," she said, "we will bring bricks." Clara thrust a parcel into Eveline's hands, a satchel of papers, and the ledger wrapped like a relic. "I have tied the book as if I expected a flood," she announced. "I am given to understand there is a board." "There is a board," Damien said. "It floats even where there is no water." "At 9, Eveline murmured, and felt her pulse answer as if a gavel had struck it. They left Kitty to sleep and Clara to command the kettles. The street, informed by gossip, offered them its ragged escort of glances. Mr. Cribb, the apothecary of Bishopsgate, appeared at the corner as unexpectedly as a blessing, his apron still powdered with benevolent chalk. He carried in his hand a folded paper sealed with wax, the color of modesty. "I was woken," he said, with the injured pride of a man whose kindness has been misinterpreted as availability. "A friend at Bart's suggested I had forgotten to renew an old license for a small microscopic annex to my premises. The annex," he hinted, "has lately moved upstairs to Weaver's Lane. If a magistrate were to inquire whether Apothecary Cribb supervises at a distance judged medically indecent the dressings in that lane, I should be within truth to affirm." Damien bowed as one bows to an ally recovered from a war he never left. "Mr. Cribb," he said, "you have discovered the precise dosages of law, half grains of accuracy, titrated with audacity." "Do not praise me," Cribb said, blushing into practicality. "It gives me hives, and I am out of ointment. Go and hold your heads. The city learns its manners by imitation." The court had the smell of stewed humanity, which all rooms acquire when poor men wait in them, and laws are expected. Worship Street's benches remembered every contrition and many lies. Sir Jasper Loughton sat upon the dais with a handkerchief that had adopted his destiny. He looked as though a benevolent cold had lent him wisdom. To his right, the clerk kept his quill like a guard dog. To his left, space had been made for two gentlemen of the board, a Mr. Pounceby, whose jaw resembled a lock, and Mr. Fiske, who had come dressed in success. The chamber was full. Lord Harrow had chosen a backless chair that told his spine it must earn its dignity without ornament. Mr. Pembroke arranged papers with the air of a man who had found the perfect legal sentence at last and intended to spring it upon the hour like a trap upon a fox. Mr. Penry lounged, pen-cocked, eyes alight with that tender malice by which truth survives print. There were other witnesses, the seamstress with the healed thumb, the chalk man who had learned again to keep his cough for the grave in a decade's time, a corpse carrier from Shoreditch who spoke for the dead as grave-diggers sometimes do, who have made peace with their inventory. And in a corner, shawled, straight, ribbon at her wrist, Kitty Moss, against Tom's protests and Clara's rebukes, had insisted upon being counted. At 9 precisely, Sir Jasper lifted his eyes, and the room discovered it possessed a hush. The usher intoned the business in a voice that would have served equally to sell fish. Application of the Board of Health and Moral Order for revocation of license pro tempore, granted to the room known colloquially as the Crimson Room, Weaver's Lane, Spitalfields. Colloquially, Penry whispered to his notebook, being the board's term for a name that has outstripped its paperwork. "Mr. Fisk?" Sir Jasper inquired. Fisk rose with a smile that admired his own restraint. "Your worship, gentlemen, citizens," he began, "we attend with reluctance. The board is reluctant by vocation. We are that paternal hand which, rarely and with grief, removes the knife from the willful child who thinks himself a surgeon. We respect zeal. We regulate drains. Last night, in a room already celebrated beyond its deserts, a surgical operation was performed. We are informed the head presented ill. Forceps were employed by an unlicensed hand. This is precisely the slope down which anarchy slithers, wearing philanthropy's gown. A murmuration went round, a press of disapproval, a rustle of admiration, some laughter trimmed at the edges with anger. Sir Jasper inclined his head an inch. "Where are your witnesses, Mr. Fisk? And please present only those whose mouths are attached to eyes. End date." Fisk allowed himself a little humor for the record, and called a name that made Eveline's stomach close upon itself. "Mrs. Finch, midwife of Whitechapel Lane, a woman whose virtue had learned to be severe to survive." She came forward and looked at Eveline, not with malice, but with the ache of a trade displaced. "State what you know," Fisk invited. "I know," Mrs. Finch said, squaring her shawl, "that Kitty Moss sent for me. I know the streets were snarled like bad thread. I know I arrived to find the child already crowing, and the room smelling of carbolic, as if it meant to be respectable. Forceps had been boiled. The head had been turned. I know men dabble and play at God where women have labored since Eve. I know if doctors intend to be midwives, midwives will have no bread." There was an ache in her truth Eveline could not dislike. Damien stood very still, as if the fibers of his patience had decided to make music. "Your worship," he said, when Sir Jasper's nod permitted, "I do not dispute the lady's loss. I dispute only the board's vocabulary. There was no theater. There was a child. The head presented high. I turned it. If you decide to call that a crime, you must publish a schedule of how much distance from the womb a man must maintain while courage is performed. I warn you, your distances will not be observed. Enda." Sir Jasper's hand twitched the birth of a smile and its suppression. "Mrs. Finch," he said, kind as a man can afford to be when he is thinking about justice, "would you have ordered the forceps laid aside to wait upon your arrival?" She hesitated. In that pause was the entire history of women's work and men's intrusion, of poverty's impatience, of gates and hands and God. "No," she said at last, harshly. "I would have ordered God himself to put his hat on and help." A laugh, relieved and decent, moved through the benches. Fisk colored again. He adjusted his papers as if cause and effect could be ordered among them like pins. "The board," he resumed, "has witnessed also a pattern of insolence. A masquerade last night at a private house was disturbed, some will say, improved by the appearance of Lady Harrow and of the very woman who forms the subject of this charge. The board cannot be summoned to balls, and expected to be grateful for the opportunity. "Speak to the license, Mr. Fisk," Sir Jasper said, who enjoyed a party and did not enjoy being lectured about them after the fact. Fisk lifted the paper Mr. Cribb had placed in Damien's hand at dawn. "This," he said, "is a late-arriving contrivance. Apothecary Cribb pretends to a superintendence that is elastic. We regret to decline his elasticity." Mr. Cribb stood. The sight of a modest man angry is worth a sermon. "I have bound more risks," he said without asking leave, "than your board has lifted. I have carried tinctures upstairs your inspectors will not climb, for fear their boots should learn humility. If I say I see Mr. Crowhurst at work, I see him. I have not yet lost my eyes. You shall not borrow them and return them daft." Sir Jasper coughed into what might have been an opinion. "Lady Eveline?" he asked. Eveline rose. She was neither pale nor flushed. She was something calmer and more dangerous, a person who has rehearsed the truth aloud before breakfast. She untied the parcel and laid the ledger upon the rail as if it were a gospel. When she spoke, it was with that simple exactitude for which grammar was invented. "This is a book of names," she said. "It is a list the city has neglected to keep. It records not our virtue but the receipts of it, fingers that mend, lungs that bargain, a cheek that returns home not to be struck, a child that learned to be a name. If you revoke the license, the book will go on. It will merely change inks, black for black, blood where ink fails." Mr. Pounceby, who had expected sentiment and discovered minutes, tried to interrupt. "We do not proceed upon registers of feeling, madam. We proceed upon drains," Eveline finished very gently. "Then count among your drains the tears that puddle beneath beds. They overflow more often than your pipes." Sir Jasper put up a hand. "The court is not a room for eloquence," he said, and then spoiled his own decorum by adding, "though we are the better for borrowing some." He leaned forward. "Lady Eveline, do you admit that forceps were employed, that Mr. Crowhurst did what, technically, an unlicensed room must not?" "I admit," she said, "that a man lifted an iron where God had not yet lifted his hand." "Very well," Sir Jasper murmured. "The fact, then, is not in dispute." He looked at Fisk. "The question becomes whether the law prefers children dead with our consent or living without it." Fisk's lips formed a line, as if it were to be used as string to tie something with. "Your worship," he said, and his patience at last showed its seams, "if every zealot who ties a ribbon to a wrist may summon the court to admire her work, we shall hang our wigs upon nails and become a theater. The city will learn that disobedience purchases applause." "The city," Penry said to his notebook, "has begun to suspect this already." "Call the woman," Sir Jasper ordered abruptly. "Not the zealot, the mother." "Eek," Tom Moss half rose. Kitty put her hand upon his sleeve. There is a delicacy to courage when it has only newly learned its stride and went forward with her ribbon bright and her gaze level. Sir Jasper leaned down. "Good woman," he said, making the language as respectful as he could summon from a bench that too often commands pity to be polite. "Do you complain of what was done?" "I praise it," she said. "I do not understand the iron. I do not cherish men in rooms when women are most fit for the business. But I cherish breath. I had it given me, and my child. If ye shut that door, I'll knock elsewhere, and some doors will not open. If ye find them, we'll pay with bread we ain't got. If ye put him," she nodded at Damien, "in a place where men already breathe in chains, You'll have to put me too, because I owe him more than laws. It was not eloquence. It was grammar of another kind. Subject, verb, object, mother, child, court. Sir Jasper's face altered. Something in it remembered an infant at a fevered breast and a prayer uttered quickly, because men do not like to be caught bruising their lips upon hope. Enough, he said quietly. He turned to Fisk. Mr. Fisk, the board's petition to revoke is denied. A current went through the room, relief, resentment, applause, the shuffle of feet that prepare to be decent in public. Eveline felt her knees propose to dramatize the moment. She declined and stood more upright. Sir Jasper was not finished. But hear me all, he went on, and the room obeyed because his voice had learned suddenly to own it. This court will not license theater either. Mr. Crowhurst, you will not, in that room, do aught beyond what a careful nurse and a cautious apothecary may own. Emergencies may permit exceptions. I will not write the exceptions. You will write them upon your conscience, and I upon your docket. Mr. Cribb, you will read that conscience with your best spectacles. Lord Harrow, whose hospitality has already been abused, will permit his name to continue to cast a shadow long enough for this enterprise to move beneath it. Mr. Fisk, you will inspect when you intend to help, and not when you intend to justify a salary. Lady Eveline, you will continue to bring me facts, and if you bring me theater, bring me the kind that saves lives. He looked momentarily exhausted by the length of his own decency. Then he added, almost as an afterthought, and if any man summons me to judge a ball again, I shall attend in my wig and dance on his conscience. Laughter broke free like a bird that had found the window unlatched. The gavel fell. The hour dispersed. Fisk gathered his papers with a precision that suggested he would, in his private soul, revise the defeat until it resembled a postponement. He paused as he passed Eveline and Damien. You have won, he said, with a politeness 1 degree colder than frost. For now. For now, Damien agreed. For the poor, that is the only tense that pays. Lord Harrow came down the aisle like a ship that had decided to dock at a foreign harbor without embarrassment. He did not embrace, he did not praise. He took Eveline's hand, looked at Damien, and said with grave rudeness, I am hungry. Feed your conspiracies at my table. They will behave better with knives. Mr. Pembroke, grinning out of turn, clapped Fisk upon the arm with the familiarity that men of the same class allow themselves when hatred would be too theatrical. Well fought, he lied, and pocketed a precedent Sir Jasper had inadvertently minted. Penry materialized, tongue in ink. A sentence, Lady Eveline? She thought and shook her head. Print the names, she said, all of them. And where you run out of room, print the word more. He bowed, sober for once. I will, he said. At Harrow Manor, the dining room forgave the day for its vulgarities and presided over roast beef with as much dignity as if Parliament itself had passed the gravy. Mrs. Enders had a gift for turning victory into soup. Hargreaves announced courses as if he had personally negotiated the terms of peace. Lord Harrow ate like a man who chooses life again in small installments. They did not speaking of triumph. Those who work among the poor learned quickly that victory, like bread, is already stale if discussed at length. They spoke instead of arrangements, Mr. Cribb's schedule, a cupboard to be fitted in the Crimson Room for instruments to be locked from inquisitive hands, the boy who could be spared to run to Bart's, the list of those who would be vaccinated at Sexton's Shed, where light and air were ample, The seamstress's thumb still improved, the chalk man's cough contrite. Only when the last plate had been escorted away and Lord Harrow's shawl had reasserted its dominion did he lift his glass, not fully, as if to toast would be to persuade fate that pride had returned, but enough to be counted. To the Inspectorate of Mercy, he said dryly, and to the persistence of drains. After, he took Damien aside, into the library where Piety in leather bindings had observed many indecencies with composed faces. Crowhurst, he said, as if the name were a tool he had learned to use without blunting it. I have learned much in a fortnight. I have learned that my daughter's disobedience is merely a more candid version of my own, and that society's looms produce as many shrouds as tablecloths. I have learned also that I cannot stop what you and she have begun without becoming a man I should despise. Therefore, he opened a drawer and drew out a small key attached to a bit of faded ribbon. Spitalfields, corner of Lamb Alley, a house I let once to a cousin who loved gin. It has been guilty ever since. Take the key, put it at the board's disposal upon paper and at the poor's disposal in truth. Work there when the room in Weaver's Lane overflows or is menaced by zeal. I ask only this, that you persuade Eveline to sleep occasionally, and that you remember I am an old man with a reputation which, though undeserved, spares her a measure of stones. Damien took the key with a courtesy that was less ceremony than gratitude. "My lord," he said, "if it is possible to be proud of a stranger, I am proud of you." Lord Harrow looked away and discovered something of interest in the tassel of the bell pull. "Go away," he said brusquely. "Your virtue is draughty." They left by the side door the household had begun to understand as the exit for conspirators. In the hall, Clara joined them. Her cheeks red with triumph she refused to name. "There's stew for the night crowd," she announced. "And Mr. Cribb sent a parcel of notions with a note that says if we misuse them, he shall find where we sleep and nip our ears." "Then we shall misuse them with precision," Damien said. "Where's Kitty?" "Sleeping like a queen who has pawned her crown for peace," Clara replied. They returned to Weaver's Lane. Afternoon lay upon the roofs like softened tin. Children had remade the street into a parliament of chalk figures and hopscotch. A monkey on a barrel organ obeyed its trade and did not expect applause. In the room, the ledger waited with the calm that all books presume until readers pick them up and discover they have been noticed. Damien went to the window and rested his forehead briefly upon the frame. It was a gesture that, in another man, would have been despair. In him it was a short accounting of debt and credit. When he turned, Eveline stood at the counter with the book open and the pen ready. "You have bled," he said suddenly, frowning. She looked down. The old cut from the Harrow signet had reopened where the ribbon had rubbed at Worship Street. A bead of red stood upon her hand with the shy determination of a small truth. "It is nothing," she said. "It is everything," he answered, and reached for her the physician again, because love, in decent hours, hides itself in practice. He bound it with a strip he tore from a square of old silk Mrs. Enders had rescued from the shop below, a color between rose and doctrine. His fingers were exact. His breath, that familiar weight between them, his restraint, the last discipline he had not yet permitted himself to break. "Eveline," he said, almost as if speaking to his own nerve, "we teach the city to breathe. Who will teach us?" She lifted her eyes. In them the day's labor had left not weariness but a kind of quiet one associates with chapels at noon. "The work," she said, "and one another." He released her hand and stepped back, as if distance were a charity he owed them both. "There will be other mornings," he said. "Fiske has not exhausted his ingenuity. Cunningham has not exhausted his vanity. Penry will exhaust his readers. Your father will exhaust his patience and then refill it like a decanter. We must be ready." "We are," she said. They worked then in the way that persons who have refused melodrama prefer, without conversation, with glances that acknowledge company without demanding it, with the economy of lovers who will not confess, and therefore must spend themselves in usefulness. The smallpox slackened. Vaccination did its patient arithmetic upon the lane. The measurer of ribbons found herself short and sent a boy to Mrs. Enders, who possessed, like Providence, a hidden drawer. Twilight came. It wore a kinder expression than the night that followed often kept. The door opened upon a figure whose entrance rearranged the room's weather as if a draught had found a crack. Lord Cunningham stood upon the threshold, without a mask, and without his usual accompaniment of malice disguised as sweetness. He had not sought permission to arrive in Weaver's Lane. He had presumed it. "Good evening," he said. "Good evening," Damien replied, so gravely that the phrase assumed the dignity of warning. Cunningham's eye ran over the room and failed to be repulsed. That was his worst crime. "I came," he announced, "to apologize. Men seldom do it when it matters," Eveline said. "Take care not to waste the art on an hour that will be forced to forgive you regardless." He smiled a little, then let the smile die like a servant he could no longer afford. "I have been, I suppose the word is, unkind," he said. "I believed myself guardian to a world that requires only maintenance. You are building one. It is vulgar of you." He looked at Damien. "I do not admire you. I can, perhaps, refrain from tampering with you." "There is a difference." "There is," Damien agreed. "We are content with difference." Cunningham took a step nearer to Eveline. "I will not marry you," he said, and discovered he had been braver in his plans than in his offers. "If you suppose I threaten you by removing the threat, you misread me. I relieve you. I would have purchased you. You are too expensive." Eveline bowed her head. "I accept the dismissal," she said, and was surprised to discover gratitude upon her own tongue. "It has saved me the awkwardness of declining your apology later." He laughed then, a real laugh. "Sour, stripped, God keep you, Lady Eveline," he murmured. And then, as if that prayer had bitten him, turned and went out, as if the night had decided to permit him to do one decent thing before it resumed his education in pettiness. They stood where they had been, Damien at the window, Eveline at the counter, until the door ceased to remember Cunningham. Then Clara, who had observed the entire scene from the corner with the interest of a cat watching a sermon, said, "Well, that's one cock less to crow." "Clara," Eveline chided. "I repent," Clara said, without any evidence that she did. They laughed. The sound stitched the hour to the day and persuaded it not to fray. When the last patient had gone and the kettle had sighed itself to sleep, Eveline drew the ledger near and dipped the pen. She wrote the days' names with neat mercy, and at the bottom, in the small hand she reserved for vows she dared not speak aloud, a line: "At Worship Street the law remembered it could be kind. At Weaver's Lane the poor remembered they were citizens. At Harrow Manor a father remembered a daughter. At my wrist a ribbon remembered blood. Tomorrow we will remind them all again." She closed the book. Damien trimmed the wick. Outside, London rehearsed its unending night, and in one upper room that had been licensed by paper and redeemed by labor, Two people sat in the quiet that follows necessity and precedes desire, and taught their hearts to wait by teaching their hands not to. Chapter 8. The Fire Sermon. Summer, when it comes to London, does not bloom so much as thicken. The air grows courteous to smoke, the river forgets to be a mirror, and the streets, like tired servants, put up with heat because no one has taught them how to refuse it. In Weaver's Lane the warmth softened tempers as it softened tallow, and even the quarrels took place at a lower pitch, like instruments attempting to be civil at a funeral. The smallpox had slackened to a simmer, vaccination did its quiet arithmetic, while rumor, deprived of fever's splendid theater, turned its attention to more modest vices. The Crimson Room breathed, counted, bound, and, when the hour permitted, taught itself to smile without apology. The new house in Lamb Alley, Lord Harrow's key, had proved a key indeed, was being fitted for its purpose, after the manner in which exiles teach a foreign land their grammar, slowly, stubbornly, with triumph measured out in chairs. Mrs. Enders, who ruled Hargreaves and Kettles with equal piety, sent blankets. Mr. Cribb contributed a cupboard and an opinion. A carpenter, with a wife who had once returned from the grave because a doctor had been improperly near, brought his plane and his gratitude. Children offered marbles, which they insisted were weights for the scales of justice. Damien went between the two rooms like a sentence connecting clauses. Eveline divided herself by days and returned to herself in evenings, bruised but entire. It was an evening of that quiet, golden kind with which July tries to persuade men that life was intended to be generous. The lane gave up its heat by degrees. The kettle purred its confession. Clara snored with the delicacy of a clock. Damien, at the window, made notes in his pocketbook, and Eveline, at the counter, mended a cuff as if it were an artery. It is one of history's miserlinesses that the hours in which nothing appears to occur are precisely those upon which everything depends. Mr. Penry entered as the thoughtful do sideways, as if unwilling to interrupt fate. He looked pleased and pale. "I have been industrious," he announced, placing upon the counter a small parcel wrapped in paper that had been honest before it became complicit. "Also, am in danger of being corrected by men who mistake their opinions for fists. What have you stolen?" Clara murmured, without opening her eyes. "Nothing," Penry said, with the indignation of a professional. "I borrowed a ledger from a friend who keeps accounts for men who prefer them not to exist. He, poor devil, mistook a roomful of gentlemen for a conscience, and discovered he had none. Here." He unwrapped the parcel with the reverent sum reserved for relics, and revealed not a book proper, but a stack of leaves torn from one, the torn edge ragged as a secret. "Inspector's expenses," he said softly. "Fires set out of civic caution and then reported as evidence. Payments to constables for zeal. Allowances for boards, buckets, advertisements of virtue. And observe this, if you please, a handsome monthly stipend to Mr. Aldous Fisk for consultations. I would have brought you the whole. But someone loves candles and hates paper." Damien turned a page and then another, his mouth tightening in that patient fury he kept for men who harm others tidily. Eveline leaned, red, and felt her stomach draw up as if the floor had altered beneath her. The sums were not grand vice disdain's extravagance when it must account for itself, but they were numerous and punctual. Fisk's stipend obscenely regular amid the entries of men's less skilful sins. "Is this publishable?" she asked. "It is survivable," Penry answered. "I am not sure it is publishable. If I print, they will call me a thief. If I do not, I am one. I thought since your names now constitute a currency of their own, give it to Sir Jasper, Damien said at once. He would prefer to be honest than to be entertained. He will be both if we indulge him. And to father, Eveline added. He knows men whose clubs consider embezzlement an error of taste. Penry nodded. His grin returned, sly, admiring. It is a pleasure to be instructed by people who intend to be good and efficient at once. He took up his hat. One word more. The Lamb Alley house there is talk. I pass this not to harrow you. You are already harrows. Last week a baker's wife thought to complain of the smoke that has lately learned to creep from your chimney. An inspector visited. He went away with nothing but a list of jars, and yet this morning men in aprons whispered near the alley that rooms which treat the poor do not always burn by accident. I suggest, he hesitated, for sincerity dislikes to perform, I suggest a watch. Clara watches, Clara said, sitting up with dignity. Like God, only more nosy. We will be plain, Damien said. There will be mischief. Let us teach it to choose another street. Penry saluted, not jauntily, but as one soldier salutes another, with the secret that he envies his courage. I go to burglar a magistrate, he said. Pray I keep the right kind of silence. He went out into the mild dusk. Shortly after, Tom Moss appeared to report that Kitty had acquired an appetite for soup and opinions and had declared the child a citizen with lungs large enough for Parliament. Damien wrote the news in the margin, as if lungs were a datum. Eveline smiled and went to the window to draw the blind. In the square of glass the lane reflected itself. Children chalked a figure that resembled a house. A man pushed a barrow with the patience of a philosophy. Two youths, too idle to be criminals and too poor to be idle, spoke the language idleness acquires when it fears employment. She lowered the blind, and the world retreated, careful, for a moment, with her heart. The fire began at Lamb Alley. It did not declare itself with a cry. It woke, as such things do, in walls where negligence sleeps, in a barrel of waste near a candle, in threads so dry they burn from gratitude. A woman smelt it first and beat it with her apron. A child declared it beautiful. A man went to fetch a neighbor because he had been taught properly that one should not raise an alarm unless someone more important agrees. By the time the alarm consented to be loud, the alley had filled with the precise ferocity that distinguishes city fires. The fury of wood that has been too long patient, the appetite of roofs, the old, awful competence of flame to learn a map of rooms faster than men can. Tom Moss came running, hatless, with breath like a horse. Lamb Alley, he stammered. The new place smoke. Damien had taken his hat before the words had concluded their sense. Eveline's cloak was already in her hand. Clara called after them with a curse she did not apologize for, and vanished to rouse Hargreaves for buckets and a cart he pretended to despise. They ran. London requires running as a vocabulary. The poor speak it without effort. Lamb Alley glowed at its mouth like a furnace preparing its sermon. The Harrow House, repentant of its former sins and loyal to its new, smoked from an upper window in a ribbon that thickened as they watched. Men and women pressed and craned. The small-voiced begged for someone to do the spectacular thing that would excuse them from doing the ordinary. The door was locked. Damien had made it so while the cupboards were fitted, and the windows, old, obstinate, taught to obey shutters before charity. "The key!" Eveline gasped. He held it up and then, with the same motion, tossed it to Tom. "Open the back," he said, already taking the front steps 3 at a time. "Eveline, no," she said. "I do not remain." He looked at her only an instant. Consent set his mouth. The hall scorched them as they entered. Smoke greeted them as if they were late for an appointment. The fire had begun in the small room meant for washing. A cloth had found a candle. A bucket had been left at a distance that kept the conscience meritorious and the house unhelped. Flames ran up the wall with the cheerful intelligence of creatures delighted to have discovered their purpose. "Back," Damien said, at the threshold. He had already turned his collar up and wrapped a handkerchief over his mouth. "There is no one within." "There is hope within," she answered, and went past him to the cupboard that had lately learned to be a pharmacy. He swore which, in that hour, was a benediction, and followed her. Between them they snatched bottles, bandages, the box of needles, the ledger that had been planted to wait for its citizens. Heat-licked, gentle at first, then affectionate, then possessive, a joist murmured a complaint. The ceiling gathered itself. "Enough," he said, catching her arm. And then, because fate is fond of scenery, the cupboard fell forward as if in imitation of a soldier who has been too long brave. He pulled, she gave, and the cupboard struck his shoulder with a dull, obscene intimacy. He fell to one knee and saw, quite calmly, that his hand was bleeding. He wondered, with the precision of the already wounded, whether it would be possible to continue to tie other men's bandages with a palm that rebelled against its own skin. "Damien," Eveline said, and perhaps said a prayer after it, in a tone too old for religion. He stood and pushed her toward the door. "Out," he said. "Go." "Not without. Go," he repeated, and put his hand against her shoulder in the exact degree required to love and command at once. They ran, choking. The corridor altered into a tunnel where devils practiced theology upon lungs. At the door Tom had managed the lock with a profanity that taught the key at last its civic duty. Air struck them with the cold blessing of endurance. The street roared, grateful for the sight of survivors. Buckets began to travel hand to hand, a secular rosary. A boy climbed a lamp-post and shouted instructions to men who pretended not to be instructed by boys. A woman began to cry for a cat, as if a king were within. "Child!" someone cried. From the alley end, a face, white, smeared, peered from a narrow upper window that did not belong to the Harrow house. Fire had taken a neighboring loft and discovered in the way that flames have of making architecture irrelevant that a quicker route lay through the Harrow roof. The face belonged to a girl of 6, hair plastered to her scalp, eyes round as the truth. Behind her, smoke arranged itself for ceremony. Damien did not think. He is sometimes praised for this habit, and sometimes not. He set foot upon the sill, lifted himself hurt-shoulder complaining, and went inside again, as if the house had become a story he disagreed with and intended to rewrite. Tom swore to make a bishop blush and went after him. Eveline ran for the alley side door, where Tom had broken the bolt and found the stair that hopped upward like a man fearful of heights. She climbed, choking, eyes streaming, naming steps as one names saints on a ladder. The landing held its breath like a gentleman. Flames pried at the edges of doors like scandals. Damien appeared at the end of the passage with the child in his arms, his face blackened, his mouth set, his eyes alight with that cold, deliberate happiness men wear when they have decided not to die. The stair between them considered its options. It groaned, sighed, and began to kneel. "Here," Eveline said, reaching, and when he put the child into her arms, she held the small body with a strength she did not know she possessed. "Back," he said, coughing. "Down." The child clung. Eveline committed an indecency and kissed her hair, though it was filthy. They moved together, 3 bodies, one instruction. The stare tried to betray them. They employed gravity, as the poor have always employed it, with modest cunning. At the bottom, the crowd took the child with a cheer that made a cathedral of the alley. Someone put a mug to the little mouth, and someone else remembered to scold him for it. Damien collapsed against the jamb with an economy of drama that frightened even those who preferred lavishness. Eveline turned and saw smoke blossom, as if deciding to be a flower at last. Fire should never be called beautiful. It will begin to believe it. Yet there is a moment when flame, forgetting for an instant to harm, throws upon faces the colors of antique paintings, and the human soul, unworthy but stubborn, appears carved in gold. She saw Damien in that light, his cheek streaked, his hair scorched at the edge, the cut on his palm grown into a red hieroglyph. She did not say his name. She took off her bonnet, tore the crimson veil free she had worn it, newly, not as disguise but as vow, and bound his hand with it, drawing the strip hard so that blood remembered the old discipline of being within. "Do not," he said, half laughing, half pleading, "waste your flags on me. It no marai." "It is not a flag," she answered, and tightened the knot as if tying a ship to a quay. "It is a covenant." Shouts rose. The inspectorate arrived with buckets and authority. Mr. Fisk, hat stung from its perch by urgency or by penitence, strode into the alley with the expression of a man teaching whether to stand still. He took the scene in a red child, a blackened doctor, a lady with a veil for a bandage, and for perhaps the first time in his long career of competence, did not know immediately which form to summon. "Leave the house," he ordered a constable, recovering. "It will fall. Clear the alley." "Attend." "It will not," Lord Harrow observed, stepping into the circle without anyone remembering to be surprised. He had arrived with Hargreaves, 2 men who preferred anonymity to salaries, and a look that had lately learned gentleness at the corners. "We should prefer it didn't." Fisk turned just briefly off balance. "My lord," he began. "The board," Lord Harrow said civilly, "will postpone ceremony until children cease to be threatened by our competence. Mr. Fisk, if any man under your authority lays a hand upon that lady or that man tonight, I will discover how much of your stipend is public and how much is not." He held up, like a card at hazard, a sheet Mr. Penry had confided to him an hour earlier. It wore figures like incriminating freckles, and I shall bring arithmetic to your club. It is unfashionable there. It will cause a fright. It is one of the consolations Providence allows the poor to witness that sometimes decency lands as if it had been invited. Fisk blinked. Authority, in his face, rearranged itself to permit survival. "Sergeant," he said crisply, "assist." The man obeyed. Hargreaves, wielding a bucket with the exactitude with which he announced pudding, fell into the line. The water passed, hands burned, orders became suggestions, neighbors became citizens, and the building chastened decided to allow itself to be saved. At last the flames grew modest, as those who have been admired too long sometimes do. Smoke went sulky. A child laughed a cough into a giggle. The Harrow house in Lamb Alley, scorched, grateful, half ashamed, stood. Clara, who had scolded 3 constables into better manners, arrived with a jug and a face fierce enough to frighten plague. "Drink," she said to Damien. "Do not argue. I'll tell your lungs how to do it." He obeyed. Eveline sat upon the cobbles beside him, because the world had become briefly a place where ladies sit upon cobbles, and scandal is forced to seek a different name. Lord Harrow looked down at them, and then up, at Fisk, and then across, at Penry, who had appeared with the miraculous cowardice of a man who knows exactly when courage will be credited to others. "Mr. Fisk," Lord Harrow said, with that tired courtesy which is the last mask pride wears before learning to be human, "we shall call upon you in the morning with a list of repairs and a question, whether the board will aid rooms that refuse to burn because citizens prefer them whole. In the afternoon you may be called upon by a magistrate with a second question, why arithmetic has chosen to be your mistress. In the evening I advise a quiet supper." Fisk bowed neat, resentful, helpless. "My lord," he said, "Lady Eveline, Mr. Crowhurst." He went, order followed. Tom Moss sat down upon the step and put his head in his hands and laughed until his tears chose to alternate with his mirth. The rescued child Maggie Finch, it proved, niece to Mrs. Finch the midwife, slept with enviable rudeness in Clara's lap. "It seems, then," Mrs. Finch said, appearing with her shawl drawn tight, "that the room and I owe each other civility." She looked at Damien, no malice now, but the weary admiration of the skilled. "I thank ye, and I shall scold ye if ye put your hand near a woman again without me. I will summon you," he said gravely, "and you will summon me. Between us we may cheat mortality of a few ceremonies." She sniffed. "Mortality forgets so much these days, what with all the inspectors. It will forget us yet." She took the child as if offended by its lightness, and bore her away to a bed she had no time to make, and therefore would make beautifully. The crowd loosened as crowds do when the spectacle has agreed to be decent. Night, which had been leaning in at the alley mouth like a gossip, entered properly. Hargreaves procured, from where, none asked, a loaf and a bottle that did not insult its label. He produced also a cloth for manners and a knife for justice. Lord Harrow refused the wine, accepted the bread, and sat upon a crate as though chairs had been abolished by Act of Parliament. He looked, for a long moment, at his daughter and at the man whose hand wore a ribbon that matched hers. "We were taught," he said at last, his tone not for them alone, "that there are two kingdoms, charity and order. I begin to suspect there is one, courage." "Courage," Clara said, "is bread." She cut, distributed, and scowled virtue into each portion. Penry unfolded himself to leaning height. "A sentence, my lord?" he asked soft, unable to forego the habits that bred his children. Lord Harrow glanced at him sidelong. "Print nothing of what I have said," he replied. "Print the bucket line and the names." Penry bowed. For a rare instant he did not write. He stood, hat to chest, and looked at the room, the alley, the people whose silhouettes had briefly resembled statues in a gallery where the fire is kept for effect behind iron. "We make a city," he murmured, perhaps to himself, by refusing to let rooms alone. Eveline sat with her hands open upon her knees because they had learned to expect. She was very tired. Fatigue has its own sanctity. She looked down at Damien's hand, her veil crimson upon it, darker now with his blood, and permitted herself the intimacy of touch, just once, to press the knot and feel the pulse compliant beneath. He met her eyes, and in the brief, unguarded clarity that pain allows the virtuous, he bent not her hand but his head, and lay his forehead very lightly against her wrist, as a man bows to an altar he does not own and therefore can trust. It was not a kiss. It was more ancient. "Eveline," he said, low, with that honesty he reserved for the seconds between calamities. "I love you." It was not a question. She had no answer generous enough to fit the sentence, and therefore gave him the one thing that would not waste. She put her other hand uninjured, unbound upon the back of his neck, and let it rest there, the palm warm, the fingers still, as one comforts a child or steadies a lamp. "Then," she said, after a moment, "we must build a life that deserves the confession." He smiled, not mirth, something like agreement with the nature of the world. "We begin," he said. "We have begun," she corrected. A constable approached then with the awkward heroism of a man wishing to be thanked because he does not deserve to be. "Is there aught more, Miss, sir?" he asked. He had a black smudge upon his cheek like a boy. "Yes," Eveline said kindly. "There is always more. Tonight you have done near enough." He saluted and went, relieved to be told that virtue sometimes agrees to stop. When the alley at last consented to release them, they climbed the stairs of the Harrow house and discovered that, in the room where Flame had rehearsed catastrophe, the cupboard stood upright. After all its fall, a theatrical bow, not a defeat. The jars that mattered had survived. The ledger lay scorched at a corner, which improved its appearance by making it resemble courage. Eveline set it upon the counter and opened to the page that had belonged to the day. In the soot she wrote, with the stub of pencil that had survived in her pocket, "Fire in Lamb Alley. Maggie Finch rescued. One cupboard repentant. One inspector postponed. One father present. One hand bound with the crimson veil. Work to follow." Damien sat upon the sill and laughed, softly, because men laugh when their lives decide to remain. A knock came gentle, almost apologetic. Mr. Fisk stood at the threshold. He had removed his hat. He looked, for the first time since London had granted him pay, like a man to whom decency had told a private joke. "Lady Eveline," he said, "Mr. Crowhurst, I came for the record to inform you that the board will provide tomorrow a mason and a carpenter. You will submit a bill that I shall mislay into the proper drawer. We require, for our satisfaction, a statement that no one will be encouraged to treat house fires as a theatrical opportunity." "Mr. Fisk," Eveline said, "the city is not a theater. It is a parish." He inclined his head. "We shall learn its prayers." He hesitated, then added in a lower tone, not submissive, merely precise, "Do not misjudge me. I prefer obedience because it keeps men tidy. Tonight you persuaded me. There is a better kind." He withdrew. Eveline closed the door and set the hook, not as defiance, merely as courtesy to night. She turned to Damien. He had raised his bandaged hand as if to test its weight. "Can you work?" she asked. "Yes," he said, "unless you require me not to." "I require you to sleep," she replied. "Once." Clara entered with blankets that had discovered they were necessary. "You will both lie down," she said, "or I shall fetch God and a rolling pin." They obeyed. Duty softened into drowsiness, the way iron enters velvet and chooses to be comfortable. Eveline slept upon the cot, Damien upon the boards near. Lord Harrow, before leaving for the manor with Hargreaves, had stood in the doorway long enough to watch his daughter's breath and discover that certain victories do not strut. At dawn, because dawn has its old fidelity, they woke to kettles, to children's chalk laughter, to the hammer of a carpenter who had been to church in earlier years and now served the Lord with nails. Damien unwound the veil from his palm. It had dried into a darker crimson and bore his print. He folded it, seeking to give it back. Eveline shook her head. "It belongs to the room now," she said. To us, he answered, and did not press. She tied it once more higher on her arm this time, above the pulse so that it would not be stolen by work. Then she went to the window and drew the sash. Morning entered untidy, forgiving. She looked out upon Lamb Alley, little, stubborn, imperfect, and prayed the only prayer the busy can afford, that the day not be wasted upon them. There would be consequences. Sir Jasper, with his eyebrows raised to the proper degree of reproof, commingled with pleasure. Mr. Fisk, making a gratitude of repairs and a threat of pity. Mr. Penry arranging sentences like a cabinet-maker laying grain, so that truth might hold without nails. Lord Cunningham, perhaps, composing a letter he would not send. Mrs. Finch returning to scold and to share bread. Mr. Cribb presenting a jar with an apology for generosity. And there would be, beneath and above and between, the ordinary splendor. Names, breaths, wrists, silk, ink. Eveline turned back into the room. The ledger lay open like a mouth prepared at last to sing. Damien reached for his pocketbook as a man reaches for a faithful weapon. Clara lifted the lid of a pot with the authority of a sovereign. The day, which had been waiting at the threshold, entered and made itself at home. "Begin," Eveline said. "We have begun," Damien answered. And the city, which likes to pretend it does not listen, leaned nearer to hear how, in a house that refused to burn, and in a lane that refused to be obedient, courage rehearsed itself into a law. Chapter IX. The Inquest of Ashes. August is a tyrant disguised as a host. It offers fruit and extracts patience. London's heat lay upon the roofs like a duty. The river slept, the poor did not. The house in Lamb Alley, chastened by flame and patched by men whose charity was measured in nails rather than prayers, settled back into its stubborn purpose. The Crimson Room kept its habit like a monk who has learned to make soup as well as penance. Children wore their ribbons until they became part of their wrists. Mr. Cribb invented a tonic for respectable lungs exposed to indecency and gave it away in thimbles. Mrs. Finch came when summoned and scolded when not. Mr. Fisk maintained his neatness and practiced gratitude the way men practice fencing, not to injure, only to instruct. For a fortnight the city allowed itself to believe that scandal could be postponed by work. Then, as cities do, it recalled its talent for malice. It began with a death so modest that most rooms would have dismissed it as ordinary. A night carrier, Mr. Abel Pierce, 40 and worn to a thread, came to Weaver's Lane with a pain that had learned the etiquette of repetition. Damien listened, felt, nodded, and brewed an infusion that would persuade his heart to remember its beat. Abel took it, sighed, and spoke of a cart that insisted upon pretending its own wheels were perfect while abusing his bones. "I'll be back," he said, with the honesty of the hopeful poor. He went out and did not return. At dawn they brought him back in, on a door removed from its hinges with a care that embarrassed the door. "Dropped," said the boy who served as informant and mourner, outside Sullivan's yard, sat down like a gentleman and did not stand. "He's an head-eye." Damien knelt, practiced to do so without theater. The man's features wore the serenity of someone who has finally left a job that disliked him. There was no clue upon him, no bruise, no blow, only the old treachery that men's hearts commit upon them while pretending loyalty. Damien closed the eyes, lifted the sheet, and made the small sign the hand keeps for itself when lips prefer to avoid superstition. By noon, a whisper had assembled. Crowhurst's draft. The Crimson Room's cordial, a man dead for accepting charity. It is the character of gossip that it neither blames nor pardons. It implicates. By evening the rumor had grown grammar. Fisk's inspector called, counted bottles, departed with an expression of reluctant duty. At dusk a constable arrived with a paper whose folds betrayed the care of men who intend a document to be admired. By order of the coroner for the Eastern Division, he intoned, an inquest will sit upon the body of Abel Pierce, deceased, as to the manner of his death. Mr. Damien Crowhurst to attend as witness. Also the lady, styled Lady Aveline Harrow, to attend in respect of the decedent's dosing. Tomorrow, Guildhall, 2 of the clock. Clara, who had been in the act of removing crumbs from a cloth with judgments fiercer than the crumbs deserved, set her hands upon her hips. An inquest, she said, because a poor man's heart remembered to stop at last. Because, Damien said quietly, accepting the paper, the board prefers a chamber in which a jury sits to one in which a child breathes. Eveline's gaze had gone to the ledger, open upon the counter, as if hoping to be consulted. Tomorrow, she said, we will bring the book. Bring Mrs. Finch, Clara added, with the instinct of a strategist whom heaven has forbidden to be polite, and Kitty, and Tom, and the chalk man with the new cough that refused to be old, and Mr. Cribb with his spectacles polished to scold. Damien looked at Aveline. He did not attempt to be optimistic. It is an insult to courage. We will tell the truth, he said. We will make them hear it, she replied. Guildhall at 2 is a theater that despises actresses. The jurors, tradesmen, substantial, pious, underfed by sleep, wore their consciences like clean collars. The coroner, Mr. Eldon, possessed that melancholy which comes of presiding daily over deaths that are neither grand enough to interest ballad singers nor quiet enough to comfort the living. His clerk sharpened his quill upon the public's interest. At a table set slightly apart, Mr. Fisk had arranged himself to resemble duty surprised in its virtue. The room filled with the city's appetite. Curious boys, scorning sentiment, women with shawls, brave and indiscreet. A sprinkle of gentlemen who demonstrate their liberality by watching the poor accused, a lout or two, a saint or 3. Sir Jasper, not required, came anyway, and hid himself behind a pillar the way honesty sometimes hides in order to be near. Lord Harrow, who had been told by Mrs. Enders that he would keel over if he left the house, chose to risk keeling. He sat in the shadow with his hat low and his pride lower. Mr. Penry possessed a seat that no one remembered allocating to him. His pencil moved as if it had independent means. Abel Pierce lay on a trestle beneath a sheet. Work had removed his calluses, death his debts. The coroner lifted the linen briefly and covered what investigation did not require. Mr. Cribb, he said, state, in that modest voice which inclines us to believe you, what you know of the deceased. Mr. Cribb, modest indeed, removed his spectacles, breathed upon them, replaced them, and folded his hands as if in prayer. He was tired, he said. 15 years tired, his blood thin, his breath learned to be mean. He took draughts of mine when the roads insulted him. He took Mr. Crowhurst's last night. Neither is poison, unless one considers labor a toxin. And it as today. The coroner nodded. The jury appreciated not the rhetoric but the extremity. You attended? I did not, Cribb admitted. Crowhurst did. Call Mr. Crowhurst. Damien went to the table the way a man goes to a necessary gate. He placed his hands upon the wood and left, faintly, the memory of the crimson veil upon one palm. He gave his evidence with an economy that suited him. The complaint, the examination, the tincture, the advice to rest, that men like Abel accept the way they accept the moon, irrelevant to harness. Mr. Eldon listened as one listens to a language he cannot speak but respects for its grammar. "You are licensed?" "In the eyes of some," Damien said. "In the work of others." A murmur, approval, disapproval, the sense that a line had been placed upon the floor and no one could entirely agree who had crossed it. Mr. Eldon allowed it, the way a good schoolmaster allows, whispering until it becomes cheating. "Bring in the woman," he said. "Mrs. Pierce." She came thin as a promise. "Brave as tea," she said, quietly, that Abel had sat at the edge of the bed as if doing so were an office, clasped her hand without apology for its weight, and said he loved her with the extravagance of men who have delayed the sentence too long. He had slept. He had not resumed. She was not eloquent. She was more than sufficient. "Any suspicion?" asked the coroner. "Of what, sir?" she returned gently. "Life?" A faint laughter, clean and cheap, lifted and fell. The coroner coughed. "Mr. Fisk," he said, as if pronouncing a medicine no patient requests. Fisk stood. His voice possessed that silk with which clerks cover their teeth. "The board," he said, "appears here reluctantly, as father to a family that has learned to prefer noise to obedience. We applaud exertions. We despise arrogance. We do not contend that Mr. Crowhurst intends to harm the poor. We contend only that he insists upon being necessary, and zeal, when licensed by public applause, is an intoxicant. Let the jury say what all sensible men already believe, that rules prevent carnivals of rescue becoming tragedies." Damien did not answer. He knew better than to bruise truth with offense. Eveline stood then, not summoned, and the court, as rooms do when a woman stands uninvited, remembered to be scandalized and interested at once. "Sir," she said to the coroner, "I ask to speak. The deceased is not an article for which a board may claim warranty. He is a person, and we knew him." The coroner hesitated. He was not a cruel man. He was a man who had kept order by refusing to let his heart lecture his head. But there are moments when the head takes instruction voluntarily. "You may say what you can say in 2 minutes," he told her, "after which I shall be reproved by those who prefer inquests neat." 2 minutes, Eveline said, lifting the ledger, "to prove that a man's death is never neat. Mr. Pierce is here." She set the book open before her, and in her finger Abel Pierce draft for weak heart, advised rest, told his wife he loved her, made us tea last Tuesday when we arrived too late for dinner, and here, she added, touching entries that were not his name but were his companions: Lydia, Kitty, Tom Moss, Maggie Finch, Mr. Hale. "If you intend to warn us against arrogance, warn the city that it is arrogant to pretend the poor are willing to die for want of a permit. Mr. Fisk speaks of carnivals. We are tired of carnivals. We prefer labor. It is the habit of juries to dislike being lectured by those who do not resemble them. It is also their habit, when a person speaks plainly enough, to forgive resemblance. One juror, a man with a neck like an honest jar, rubbed his chin and said, half to himself, "Aye, men die because their work takes more of them than they have. We've all watched a mate sit down happily and forget to stand." The coroner looked at Mr. Cribb. "Poison?" he asked. "No," Cribb said, and if the draught hastened the heart, it was only to bring it where time had appointed it. Better in a bed than beneath a cartwheel. Verdict, Mr. Eldon announced, and the jury required less time than it takes to brew tea. Dired by the visitation of God, he lifted a hand, anticipating the hiss of irreverence, and added, "For the first time in a long practice, which is this court's antique manner of saying that work exceeded flesh, we recommend no further action." Fisk's mouth thinly allowed itself the courtesy of defeat. He inclined his head. He remained standing. "If the court pleases." His tone made a compliment into a clause. The board notes, with equal reluctance, that a document has been circulated alleging impropriety in the matter of inspectors' stipends, my own included. We despise slander. We invite in public to put it out of its misery. Sir Jasper stepped from behind his pillar like a sin that has decided to confess before it is accused. "The document," he said in his driest tone, "came to my desk by burglary. Since it arrived without a mask, I considered it a visitor and made it tea. The sums are not splendid. They are merely sufficient to provoke God's irritation. I have placed them before a magistrate whose digestion is stronger than mine. Mr. Fisk may assure his club that he will be asked to explain arithmetic in a room where men practice it. A stir, half pleasure, half the indecent thrill men feel when the whip cracks over the back of a rival's dignity." Fisk took it without flinching. He was not a coward, only wrong. "Then," he said, "we shall answer the sums." "Do!" Lord Harrow remarked from the shade with the laziness he kept for sentences that were meant to be memorized. "Add to them the cost of a brick and a carpenter in Lamb Alley, and send the account to me." And fired with and the inquest dissolved into that happy disorder honesty often purchases. Remarks too loud to be scolded, tears disguised as coughs, handshakes disguised as conspiracies. Mrs. Pierce went home with Tom and Kitty. Mr. Cribb folded himself back into modesty. Sir Jasper sent a boy with a note to a man who enjoyed scandal when it resembled justice. Mr. Penry found a doorway and wrote a paragraph that would cause a dinner table to attempt virtue for at least 20 minutes. Eveline and Damien left by the side, because love is not a performance and must keep its best gestures for narrow streets. In the passage cool as cathedrals, she stopped and set her hand upon his sleeve. "One battle less," she said. "Which is to say," he answered, "one nearer to the quarrel we have chosen for life." They walked toward the light. At the door, Lord Harrow waited with a disdain for fatigue that charmed and scolded at once. He examined their faces the way men accustomed to inventories examine their cellars after storms. "You will dine," he said. "Not in celebration, in maintenance." They obeyed his orders sufficiently to turn a meal into fuel. On the way back to Weaver's Lane, Eveline paused where the street offered a view of the city's spine, its crenellations and chimneys. "There is to be a board meeting on Thursday," she said. "Fisk will arrive chastened. Chastened men are dangerous." "Let us go," Damien replied. "We have not yet exhausted our supply of facts." Thursday placed them in a room more polished than the assembly rooms and more anxious than a nursery. The board's committee chamber, long, high, furnished with that mahogany which imitates justice by sheen. Mr. Pounceby presided with his lock for a jaw. Fisk sat to his right. At the far end, the place reserved for courtesy rather than power, Lord Harrow arranged busy boredom about him like a cloak. Mr. Cribb had been invited by accident. Mrs. Finch had forced herself in by intention. "Order," Pounceby murmured, tapping papers. "Order is England's privilege. We attend to the matter of the Crimson Room licenses, the Lamb Alley Annex, and the petition that women be permitted to serve as assistants under apothecaries of good standing. He looked as if the word women had asked to see him without a chaperone. Who speaks? Eveline rose. She had left her veil at home. Good sirs, she began, and then altered it. Gentlemen, because, sir, sometimes repairs to decency what good cannot. We ask that paper be instructed to behave. It must follow. It must not lead. You have seen last week what ropes do in the hands of citizens. We suggest you trust them with bandages. Grant the license permanent, subject to inspection by persons who know linens and not merely laws. Allow Mrs. Finch to be named in the license as midwife proper and Mr. Cribb as apothecary actual. Permit Mr. Crowhurst to be written honorably in the margin as physician presently obliged to obey life. Pounceby sniffed. Eloquent, he said without admiration. Mr. Fisk? Fisk stood, and for the first time since Eveline had seen him, there was a chip in the enamel. Not defeat, precisely, but human fatigue where habit had sat for so long it thought itself a virtue. I recommend, he said, like a man dictating a compromise to his pride, that the license be made yearly, inspection quarterly, assistance by women permitted, provided they sign to avoid the practice of surgery beyond agreed measures. The board will create a class of house rooms, neither hospitals, we have too few, nor parlors, we have too many, with modest grants to support linen, lamp, and law. Pounceby bridled. Grants? He asked, as if the noun were a foreigner without papers. Grants, Fisk repeated. We have burned enough roofs. Let us discover what mercy costs when it is public rather than private. Silence, and upon it the faint sound decency makes when it realizes it may, without losing its face, bow. Lord Harrow, from his end, yawned not impolitely and stood. Gentlemen, he said, almost idly, you may make your terms. My house will observe them where they are sensible, and improve upon them where they are not. I will add this. If you contrive to ruin my daughter's work by parading decency in uniforms, I shall entertain myself by discovering the sums you have paid for your own consciences. Arithmetic is ill-bred when it is honest. Pounceby glared at Fisk, who accepted the glare like a man learning to be educated. He turned to Eveline. Madam, he said stiffly, you may expect the paper. It will be officious. It will also be, alas, legal. Then, she replied, we will sign with one hand and work with the other. Be a man. The board, which prefers to be praised when it does not deserve it, found itself applauding privately. The motion passed, the language insufferable, the effect useful. The city, through the mouths of men who believed themselves clever, permitted mercy. After, in the corridor whose marble had once been imported to impress a parliament more interested in dinners, Fisk paused. Eveline had not intended to speak to him. He required it. Lady Eveline, he said, and there was, under the starch, a weariness which men acquire when their vices have been catalogued and they have decided not to argue with the bill. You were made to be obeyed. It is an irritating virtue. Doses God. I was made to be useful, she answered. Obedience in England is a conversation. You have learned to listen. He inclined his head. I am not as wicked as you think. She lifted one brow. I think you are a clerk who has learned to love his pen. You may yet learn to love ink. What is ink if not power? He asked. Memory, she said. Ask Mr. Penry. He smiled, briefly, for perhaps the first time out of mirth rather than habit, and left to present the board's reformation to men who would claim it as their invention. Mrs. Finch came up, shawl flying like a flag that refuses to bear a crest. "Well," she said, "you've taught them to behave like midwives. Papers signed, temper scolded, truth delivered, bread earned. I'll tie your knots now. You'll boil my forceps. Between us we might not kill so many." "We aim low," Damien said. "It is the safest way to jump high," she returned. That night the Crimson Room breathed like a house that has finished wrestling with itself and decides to be generous. The kettle kept its hymn. The tables arranged their surfaces as if to receive sacrament. The ledger, open, made of its columns an invitation rather than a demand. Children came to show their ribbons had survived washing. A man arrived with a finger intact because a machine had remembered, this once, not to be hungry. Kitty brought the baby Mabel and laughter. Tom carried news. The chalk man's cough had learned to mind its manners. Mr. Cribb arrived with a box labeled Lancets, owned by nobody in particular, and a plum for Clara, who scolded him while hiding the fruit for herself. Lord Harrow sent a note with Hargreaves, who insisted upon delivering it as if it were a question of precedence. "I am reconciled to conduits. Note that civility, when you write memorials for my grandchildren, and Mr. Penry, later than was decent and rightly unrepentant, came with a proof. It was not about the board, though it mentioned sums. It was not about the inquest, though it mentioned verdicts. It was a page of names, small type, obedient, relentless, each followed by a ribbon color, a date, a verb. "I propose," he said, throat tight beyond his jokes, "to occupy an entire page with those who refuse to be summarized. We will call it the city's census of mercy, weekly, until the typesetter mutinies." Aileen took the sheet. It rustled like hunger. She traced a finger down the column and paused at Abel Pierce remembered. "You will be called a sentimentalist," she said. "By men who have expended theirs," he answered. He left it on the counter. The ink glistened. Damien set beside it a clean strip of silk, cut from the drawer Mrs. Enders had filled the day after the fire. Cardinal. He looked at Eveline, not as a physician now, but as a man at the end of a fight he hadn't intended to win so quickly. "There remains," he said, "only the matter we have postponed so long that even London will begin to call us cowards." She turned from the ledger to him. The room had learned to be a chaperone of rare delicacy. It shifted its attention to the kettle. Outside, children scrawled the letter E on a flagstone and attributed it to the alphabet rather than to Providence. "Eveline Harrow," he said, speaking low so that Grammar would not be compelled to blush, "will you do me the honor of lending your name to a law we intend to write upon this city with bandages? I do not ask you to marry a crusade. Crusades grow tiresome and bloody. I ask you to marry me, a man who believes in drains properly arranged, bread honestly cut, laws negotiated with soup, God sought in the steam over a sickbed's bowl. I have nothing to offer you but longevity of work and a heart that will fail you only when it fails me." She listened as one listens to a language she has always known and has suddenly remembered she may speak aloud. Her answer was neither swift nor theatrical. It was as simple as the ledger's first word. "Yes," she said, "it is possible, even in lanes, for silence to change its texture." Clara, who had been categorically ignoring the conversation from the corner, smiled without charity, but with joy. Mr. Cribb looked at his shoes and discovered them admirable. Kitty clapped a hand over her mouth and then removed it because the laugh wished to see the world. Tom shook Damien's hand with the ferocity of men whose gratitude has found a job. Lord Harrow's note, sober, inked, old, seemed suddenly to have been written by a younger hand. Damien did not attempt to kiss her. He had learned from fire to respect sequences. He took her hand, instead, and with that gentleness which has nothing to do with weakness, tied the new strip of crimson silk over the old at her wrist, not to hide it, but to declare companionship. "Then," he said, and his smile was not victory but consent, "let us live dangerously and properly." "Let us live," she answered. They turned, because lovers who intend to deserve each other must turn often to the work. A woman came with a child's fever, a man with a letter from the board that needed translating into mercy, Mrs. Finch with a story that made the kettle laugh, Mr. Penry with a sentence he pretended he might print and would not. The ledger learned new names. The square of crimson breathed, if cloth can be said to breathe, with a patience that resembled prayer. Toward midnight, when city and saints rehearsed their separate duties, Lord Harrow appeared in the doorway. He had left his shawl, this once, upon some chair that had learned to forgive its absence. He took in the room at a glance, and could not prevent his lip from betraying him by raising itself a fraction toward kindness. "Well," he said, "the scandal has ripened into a proposal." Eveline went to him. The old courtesy they had practiced since sorrow replaced ease stood between them like a third figure that is sometimes in the way and sometimes a grace. She held out her hand. He took it and, for once, forgot to be precise. "If you require the church," he said, "I shall procure you one with tolerable windows. If you require none, I shall accustom myself to explain it to persons whose curiosity is a form of indigestion. If you require something in between, we will hire Mr. Penry to invent a ceremony that offends the board and mollifies the servants." "We require witnesses," Eveline said, and her eyes went to the room, to the kettle, to the ledger, to the knots of ribbon in the drawer. "And bread, and work, and your blessing, which you will pretend not to give." He scoffed expertly, and, after the proper interval, bowed his head for precisely the duration that blessing requires when it is real. "Very well," he murmured, almost to himself. "We shall be inconvenienced by happiness. Hargreaves must be warned." He departed as he had entered, having contributed almost nothing, and precisely what was needed. They closed late. The blind made its usual small protest. The hook accepted duty. Eveline sat with the ledger in her lap, Damien beside, the distance between them full of labor and promise. The city outside went on, unconverted and interested. The board would not become angels. Sir Jasper would not cease to be a man who read the acts as if they were those he had written himself. Mr. Fiske would remain neat and therefore suspect. Rooms would burn. Children would breathe. Laws would occasionally remember that they were made by men who were children once, and would try to be forgiven. Eveline dipped the pen. At the bottom of the day's column she wrote, with a hand that had never trembled until now, and did not begin to, a final line. "This evening," I answered, "yes. We will build a house with crimson lintels and call it Common. We will license it with names. We will be inspected by time and bribed by joy to be better than our fathers." She closed the book. The square above the cot remembered, as always, to be a promise. "Tomorrow," Damien said, because he could not help it. It was his habit to warn and to hope. "Tomorrow," Eveline answered, because she intended not to waste what tonight had purchased. Outside, somewhere between Weaver's Lane and Lamb Alley, between Worship Street and Guildhall, between a board and a ledger, London turned in its sleep and dreamed very briefly of being beautiful without permission. Chapter X. A house with crimson lintels. Autumn arrived the way repentance does, quietly at first, then thoroughly. The city exchanged its summer sweat for a briskness that pardoned many smells. Chimneys resumed their sermons. The river, less conceited, began to remember sky. In Weaver's Lane, the Crimson Room took the season into its bones. Blankets warmed, kettles learned a new zeal. The ledger thickened as fattening geese fattened steadily, without apology. There was to be a wedding, which is to say, there was to be a joining of two persons with sufficient audacity to attempt happiness in a century that charged interest on it. It would not be held as Lady Anstruther's friends might have arranged, satin persuaded into obedience, flowers coached to be noble, a curate committed to harmlessness. It would not defy the church either, by the theatricality of disdain. The poor cannot afford quarrels between institutions that do not bleed. Lord Harrow, having reviewed his pride and found it worth less than his daughter's smile, proposed a compromise. The little church off Bishopsgate, he said. One morning when the frost had written in elaborate copperplate upon the stable windows, windows tolerable, pews humble, vicar unstartling, he marries sailors and apprentices and people whose names do not embarrass registers. He will survive yours. You risk your reputation, Eveline said. I have taken it to the pawnbroker, he replied dryly, and received in exchange a key to Lamb Alley and a ribbon that seems to have attached itself to my house like ivy. I suspect I am richer. Hargreaves rehearsed his disapproval in private and brought it to table polished to a glow. Mrs. Enders considered veal, but chose instead a stew so honest it made gravy a vigil. Mr. Pembroke undertook to discover whether the law would permit a marriage licensed by work rather than land, and returned, pleased, with a paragraph that would do if read quickly. Mr. Cribb brought a packet of Jordan almonds, which he refused to explain on the grounds that joy requires superstition. Mrs. Finch, having tidied the cupboard, took the vicar in hand to instruct him in decency. It is a rare clergyman who survives the attentions of an expert midwife unaltered for the better. Mr. Penry asked only for permission to attend in the capacity of not writing. I have wronged many truths by printing them before they have ripened, he confessed. This one deserves to be eaten warm. The day came with a clarity the poor mistrust, having learned that blue skies often accompany evictions. The church's bell discovered itself capable of delight without war. The vicar in his surplice discovered he owned a voice that could sound like blessing and not merely duty. The pews filled with persons who had never thought to sit in them. Kitty Moss arrived in her second-best shawl, with Mabel grinning at sin and candles. Tom Moss, collar tightened by Eveline's hand the previous evening with a maternal ruthlessness, wore pride like a clean shirt. The chalkman coughed only when applause demanded it. Mrs. Finch sat near the aisle so as to lever Mrs. Pierce into the proper posture should tears insist upon obligation. Mr. Cribb had brought, to the astonishment of heaven, a boutonniere of rosemary for remembrance and time for bravery. Lord Cunningham did not appear. Later he would send a note so full of grace that even Hargreaves forgave the paper its perfume. Mr. Fiske, to his own surprise, did appear. He stood at the back and disguised his respect by being very still. Sir Jasper arrived late and blamed traffic. The vicar forgave him because Sir Jasper had brought with him a modest purse for the church roof and a less modest promise to attend to the underlying theology of gutters. Eveline entered not on her father's arm but beside him. This was not a rebellion, it was an amendment. She wore dark silk and a veil the color of morning fog. At her wrist, the crimson band burned like gramma. Damien waited, not at the altar rail, but one step down, as if insisting the vows be made in the country of the congregation, not in the foreign territory of offices. He did not tremble. He had learned that courage is not the absence of shaking, but the refusal to be governed by it. The vicar, who had resolved to be sensible and found himself for once permitted, read the words as if they were older than quarrel and younger than fashion. When he asked the question that presumes to know the future, "Will you?" Eveline answered, "I will," in the same voice she used to count bandages. When he asked it of Damien, Damien said, "I will," in the same voice he used to persuade children their lungs had a duty to continue. Rings were exchanged plain. One belonged to a Harrow aunt who had neglected to marry because she preferred gardening. The other had been bought with 6 weeks of Damien's economies, and a coin Lord Harrow had slipped to Hargreaves to conceal in a pocketbook and pretend had always been there. The vicar pronounced them what they had long been. The church breathed, the poor smiled with the extravagant innocence those with money sometimes envy and often suspect. At the door, Lord Harrow stood to receive the room as if he were a squire and the line a parish, which, in a fashion, it was. He shook hands that trembled. He nodded to men who had never before been nodded at without irony. He bowed to Mrs. Finch, which is the maximum expression of deference permitted to an aristocrat without invalidating his breed. He looked once at Mr. Fiske, and something unpublic and untidy passed between them, a pact without signatures. There was a table later at Harrow Manor, set to accommodate appetites, not criticisms. Hargreaves announced puddings as if they were witness depositions. Mrs. Enders allowed herself to be thanked exactly once, and then scolded everyone into eating. Mr. Penry made no notes. Lord Harrow did not toast. He lifted his glass by a half-inch and said, "To drains," and the room, wise in its own manner, answered, "And courage." It would be satisfying if history consented to conclude there. It prefers to continue. A little shabby at the edges and generous in the middle, the board discovered, after its blush had cooled, that it possessed an appetite for usefulness. Not a large appetite. Bureaucracy is a delicate eater, but enough. It created its class of house rooms and learned to pronounce auxiliary without choking. Inspectors practiced arriving in daylight and with questions instead of extinguishers. Mr. Fiske, subject to a season of unkind headlines and that more hygienic mortification of being looked at kindly by those he had formerly patronized, continued to be neat. He grew, at the corners of the mouth, a new curve, not quite a smile, but the beginning of one that might not require permission. Sums were asked of him. He produced them with injured accuracy. A stipend vanished from the ledger of his life, and in its absence he discovered he did not miss the taste. Sir Jasper became, to his horror and pride, fashionable in certain circles for being human. He pretended to resent it. He enjoyed it, as men enjoy discovering their reflection improved by better light. In Worship Street, he contrived to interpret the acts as if their author had intended to visit Weaver's Lane. When rebuked by colleagues, he recommended they bring their spectacles to court and their consciences for once to work. Mr. Cunningham married a woman from Sussex who grew roses without thorns and was bored. He sent money twice a year to a certain parish under a certain alias, and once, at dusk, walked alone down Weaver's Lane with a hesitation that attempted to be invisible. He did not enter. His reputation, which he had accidentally improved by not marrying Eveline, thanked him for his restraint. The census of mercy appeared in the Clarion each week. At first gentlemen laughed and ladies frowned, and printers asked for shorter names. Then, because repetition tames novelty, and because London is a decent city when it is tired, the column became a habit. Persons clipped it and filed it between recipes and bills. Schoolboys read it when they were not meant to. A clerk in the Inland Revenue taught himself to recognize ribbon colors by the italics. Mr. Penry applied. A widow in Chelsea kept count with a pencil. A member of Parliament pretended not to read it, and did, looking for his own name, which did not appear. Lamb Alley's house, rebuilt, chastened, insured against the board's sudden zeal, acquired a door whose lintel Eveline painted herself with a brush Mr. Cribb procured and Clara approved by Sniff. The paint had been mixed by a cousin of Mrs. Enders, who could not spell but could promise shade. It was a deep, patient crimson that took the light without boasting. Children stood and watched as if a sermon were being preached in a language they might one day make their own. When it dried, Damien carved, very small, with a knife too honest for ornament, 3 words into the wood above the latch: "Open to mercy." The marriage obeyed its vows the way noble dogs obey, with joy and occasional distraction. They argued about the hour of rest. They quarreled about whether a dressing was better done in the morning or at once. They laughed frequently. They fell into silence when work had been immoderately victorious. There were days when fatigue mistook itself for unhappiness and was corrected by broth. There were nights when desire nearly lost its manners and was taught poetry by rain. They did not call each other dear often. They used first names like talismans and tasks like kisses. When husband and wife occurred, those sturdy nouns surprised even themselves by sounding like new words, forgiven for being old. Lord Harrow lived to see winter again and to disdain it. He discovered that grandchildren were not required to justify his tenderness. He asked only to hold Mabel once, when Kitty brought her with a face bright enough for 2. He became, to his house's amazement, a man who allowed certain doors to be shut without reproof. In the spring he fell ill for a week and recovered, and in the autumn he fell ill for a day and did not. Eveline sat with him. Damien did the small, insufficient things doctors do for fathers. Hargreaves cried in a pantry and declared the sherry cork to blame. Mr. Pembroke drafted a will which Lord Harrow edited with impertinence and gratitude. At the end, when breath was an economy and memory munificent, he told Eveline, "You have taught me that lineage is not an ancestor but a direction," and smiled at something behind her shoulder that she knew to be her mother, and died as men die who have arranged their pride into furniture that fits the house. They buried him without extravagance and with decency. Sir Jasper looked uncomfortable in sorrow, as a man looks in an unfamiliar waistcoat. Mr. Fiske bowed not to the title but to the life. Mr. Penry printed nothing of the tears and everything of the key. After, at the Manor, Eveline walked the rooms she had argued with for years and discovered she loved them. Not for their portraits, the house had too many, but for their capacity to contain strangers during storms. She took down 2 paintings and sent them to Lamb Alley to hang above blankets. Hargreaves reported the walls there improved by the company. The Crimson Room witnessed births that required only hands and those that required heroism. It watched deaths that insisted upon companions. It learned the exact ceremony by which grief allows a chair to be moved closer to a bed without implying hope. It was inspected, scolded, praised, ignored, envied, imitated. The board's forms multiplied and were completed with a penmanship Clara described as audacious. The room's invoices were paid late and forgiven early. The ledger changed ribbons when the drawer ran out of cardinal and was forced to use rose for a fortnight. Children approved the variety. Years made themselves known as they always do, by the steady incursion of small repairs and the sudden disclosure of large ones. The city altered its streets, gas gave way to better light grudgingly, laws practiced remembering names, drains improved, which in London is a species of revival. There were riots elsewhere and parades here. The poor discovered small luxuries, tea tins, an extra blanket, a book with corners upon which they lavished the affection formerly reserved for saints. Charity learned to be ashamed of its old self and to call itself organization. Sometimes it even deserved the new name. One winter later than anyone expected, and sooner than youth ever forgives, a fever swept through like a visiting empire determined to be admired. The Crimson Room held, the Lamb Alley house held, the board remembered everything it had forgotten and attempted to relearn it in a week. Mr. Cribb's shelves emptied into kettles. Mrs. Finch did not sleep and scolded the plague for presumption. Damien fell ill and recovered because Eveline refused to instruct the city in widowhood. She, in a moment of misguided efficiency, forgot herself for 3 days and wavered at the edge of a bed with a look that frightened the mirror. Clara forced her to lie down by climbing into the bed and refusing to move. "If ye'll not rest for thine own self," she announced, elbowing conscience in the ribs, "rest for the scandal it'll cause the board if we die." And they did not die. In spring, under a sky proud of itself, children chalked hopscotch ladders between Weaver's Lane and Lamb Alley and called the squares by names Eveline loved: Kitty's Step, Tom's Jump, Mabel's Heaven. Mr. Penn reprinted, for the first time in his paper's history, an issue whose front page contained no murder. He filled it with a woodcut of the Crimson Room door and a caption the city adopted without permission: "Open to mercy." There were, because decency is seldom so decent as to exempt itself from joy, children, not many. One boy with eyes that presumed upon the future, and one girl who had her grandfather's patience collected in a mouth that preferred to speak without warning. They learned their letters in the ledger margins. Clara chased them with a damp cloth, which improved both their penmanship and the book's character, and their catechism in kettles. What is bread? Kindness you can chew. What is law? A promise that has learned to write. What is a city? A house large enough for strangers? In time, the boy would leave to study medicine, where books demand more obedience than injuries. The girl would remain and reorganize the drawers until the board requested lessons. On an anniversary that clocks ignored and hearts remembered, the night of the Lamb Alley fire, Eveline and Damien stood beneath the lintel and looked up at the carved words, softened by years' weather into affection. "Open to mercy," she read aloud, not for memory, but because words wear better if spoken. He kissed her wrist, the place the ribbon had once stained and where, sometimes, on winter evenings when the room was quiet and the city could be believed, she still wore a strip of crimson. "Do you regret?" he asked, a question men ask when they wish to be contradicted. "Only that we were not more reckless sooner," she said. "Tomorrow, then," he murmured. "Tomorrow," she answered, and they laughed because it was their oldest liturgy. Later, as London rehearsed sleep and refused it, a knock came, timid, courteous, patient. Damien opened. A woman stood, a stranger, shawl respectful, face exhausted, courage tidy. She looked past him at the room as people look at altars. Please, she said. They said. He stepped aside. We are open, Eveline rose. Of all their promises, this was the only one she had never resented. She took the woman's hand, the universal liturgy, and brought her in. The kettle stirred like an old friend. The ledger turned a page. Clara discovered she owned mercy for a second pot. The door settled against the jamb as a servant settles back into duty it prefers and has earned. Outside, the lane kept its argument with history. Inside, the room prepared another answer, much later. In a house on Bishopsgate whose pews had learned to expect anyone, a vicar wrote in his diary, married 2 souls to their work and one another, buried a lord with more humility than titles, baptized a city by accident. He closed the book, pinched the candle, and smiled into the dark. And London, impatient, improved, unfinished, moved on. It forgot names it should have kept, and kept habits it should have mislaid. It learned new laws, and broke them gently. It burned sometimes, and was rebuked by water. It lay under fog, and imagined itself a mystery. It woke to sun, and admitted it was merely beautiful. On a day when rain declared itself beneficial, a stranger paused at the end of Weaver's Lane and asked a boy with chalk on his knees, "What's that house?" The boy, who had been rewarded for truth more often than for cleverness, answered, "It's where you go when you need to be counted." He had it right. The house with crimson lintels remained open to mercy, and mercy, untidy, verifiable, inconvenient, repaid the loan by drafting, daily, the city's only honest statute, that we belong to one another, and that law, when it is worth its ink, is the instruction written under that sentence, begin.